non-stop. Respected delegates, members of the House, the audience, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. We welcome you all to the second day of the Global Impact Summit 2022 at Woxsen University, where ethics, sustainability, and social responsibility are the foundations of the conference, and social responsibility, technology, and globalization its pillars. I am a business administration student majoring in AI and data science.
And I am a business administration student majoring in financial services, stand here as your host for the day. Before we begin the first roundtable conference, I am reminded of one of Steve Jobs' famous quotes, which goes, "Technology by itself doesn't make leaders. Technology only amplifies through leadership. Technology is best when it brings people, businesses, and the world together."
And on that inspiring note, let us begin the first discussion for the day. But before we move on to the roundtable discussion, we would like to introduce to the audience the panel members. Our moderator for the first discussion for the day is Dr. Kiran Ravulakollu. Dr. Kiran is the Dean of the School of Technology at Woxsen University, and he has a rich experience in academia and is involved in R&D in various economic fields. His latest invention being qualitative grading, categorization, and segregation of chili for the benefit of the Indian farmer. An honor to have you at this event, sir. Our esteemed panel includes Mr. Badita Florin. He is included in the Forbes 30 Under 30 list and was the European Personality of the Year 2018. He founded the do-good community called Corruption Kills, whose main activities include civic education, organizing protests, and putting social pressure on local authorities when they observe misuse of power. Thrilled to have you at this discussion, sir. Mr. Pham. He is on the Forbes list for 30 Under 30. He is the co-founder of the all-in-one teaching platform Classavo and is an alumnus of the University at Buffalo. A pleasure to have you join us, sir. Mr. Anis Merchant. He leads the digital and applied AI business and brings over 24 years of experience to Course 5 Intelligence Private Limited. He recently was recognized as 40 Under 40 by a premium India publication house to honor his digital initiatives. Pleased to have you as a part of our panel, sir. Mr. Shiv Mehta. Mr. Mehta has working experience of 8 years in the financial services industry. He is the author of Protocols of Money and is an avid investor. He is an alumnus of the NYU Stern School of Business, New York. Glad to have you on board, sir. Mr. Naidu Darapaneni. Mr. Naidu is the co-founder of Mera events, a company that bridges the gap between organizers and delegates. He is also the co-founder of Touch Angles, an organization that helps advertisers and ISOs build awareness about this product. We welcome you to this very interesting session on emerging technologies and the future of business. We would request Dr. Kiran to please take on the dais.
Good morning, everyone. I don't know whether you all noticed or not. It's kind of like interesting. I think I'm only academician, if I'm right. And almost all of them are startups and entrepreneurs. Also, I'm the only guy who is having PhD and they are all having been So it was very exciting to know that an academician is going to be looking after entrepreneurs and they from their future. Right. Today the topic for us is what is the significance of higher education, especially if you are going forward for futuristic business. Now, before we go further, let us just introspect a little bit on the context of, is it really necessary that the technology is playing a key role for the higher education or for the business? Or is it only the technology that plays a key role for the business? There are multiple perspectives in the case. So one I see is from a education standpoint or academia standpoint, and the other one I would like to see from the fellow panel members from an entrepreneurship standpoint. And thereby at the end of the day, at the end of the session, let us see where we all come to an agreement on how much of the technology should be incorporated, how much of the technology should be encouraged for the growth of the business, for the establishment of the business, and thereby at the same time when we talk about technology as a key for the business, is it really necessary for the educational organizations to take the key as a technology for the establishment of the business? Or can we also start a business, establish a business without having to put the key of the technology on? Let us start with initial perception on what the panel members think about the topic. Okay? Please. Yes.
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me now? It's audible? Cool. We got the attention. That's it. First of all, it's a privilege to be over here with you all. Thank you for the hospitality yesterday. I think we can have a round of applause for the Woxsen family for the hospitality. So what do I think about the topic? So my domain is blockchain and digital currencies. And why do I think that that's the future of business? We just now spoke, 2 minutes is not enough time to talk about why blockchain is going to impact every sector of industry. But let's start with something that I was just speaking to him about, supply chain. He's in AI, but he would also know the power of an immutable ledger powered by blockchain technology that it could have to make sure that there is no wastage in supply chain. So that is one. Who plays games? Is there anyone who hasn't played video games ever? So blockchain is the future of gaming. Previously, before blockchain, you used to play video games. You just used to have the bragging rights. Hey, I finished Call of Duty in 2 days. Now you can actually make money while you're playing video games. It's unfortunate that we don't have good policy makers in this country that actually encourage this technology. I'm a straight shooter, apologies for that. But we are already witnessing the power of blockchain technology in other Southeast Asian countries where people are playing video games and are able to live a living. Gaming is one of them. I can go on and on, but I think the biggest innovation that blockchain is going to do is in the most important social contract that we hold, which is money. El Salvador is the first country that has made Bitcoin a legal tender. Soon other countries are going to follow. We are seeing crises that are happening in Sri Lanka. Recently, the Forex Reserve, even in this country, India is going down. People are going to be dependent on IMF and other bodies. Bitcoin, powered by blockchain technology, is the future of not only business, but also for the economy. Those are my points.
It was interesting that you have brought up the context of blockchain to a full swing. And it is also a little bit exciting that these days the technology has been very closely associating with blockchain, through which they are going to come back in all segments of life and entrepreneurship. Now, with your association in the context of academia, which is what I has been doing, how do you see the role of blockchain taking a lead in that?
example is Woxsen, where we have our AI lab set up. But we do work with large corporate organizations. You talk about the most valuable companies in the world, they are our clients today. Let me tell you, they're not talking blockchain. They're talking about the industry 1.0 problems today. So, yes, there is a lot of promise on newer technologies, newer tech, like blockchain, like deep learning, like neural nets, many more. And there will be many more which will evolve. But in reality, whether it's education, whether it's corporates, or whether it is non-for-profit organization, there are first world problems which are human problems, which it's not necessary technology will be the answer for everything. It is a means, it's not the end. So that's my perspective.
Agreed. I mean, there are much more bigger problems for us to solve rather than troubling around the technology. Now that brings to me to the next question to Mr. Florin. I mean, I have just done a little bit of background on you, and I came to know that you have worked extensively in the context of anti-corruption, and you've been quite successful in that space. You also have been an enthusiast in using data sciences for your endeavors. Now, do you see a correlation of technology being used as one of the backbone for that particular humane cause?
First of all, thanks for inviting me. If I may, I will first start a little with a little introduction about the topic emerging technology and the future of business, and then I will come back to the question. So we have a lot of emerging technologies that they will definitely transform, and by 2030, some of the top jobs in the world are not yet invented. So there is a lot of disruption happening, and India, especially by 2027, is going to be the largest population in the world, and by probably 2040, 2050, it has the chance of being also the highest economy in the world. There is some of the emerging technologies interesting. For example, like magnetic slime robots that can be used for a lot of different applications, and this is something that is pioneered in China currently, and I'm hoping that we will see this kind of innovation also happening in India and becoming a front runner in developing new and disruptive technologies. Also, boron networks nanotubes, which can be better than graphene, and this can allow for flexible displays and much more efficient semiconductors. The cost is currently around $1 million per kilogram for this boron, but the cost will go down, and when the cost will go down, the countries that will do that and will hold the patents will be able to profit. Talking about the future of business, I hope that in the future we will be able to see a more inclusive future, and currently in India there is, depending on the data, around 160 to 200 million untouchables, Dalits, from how they are called. And I hope that in the future they will be also included in business, and they will be able to produce and start their own companies, and being able to be part of the economical and supply chain, and be able to create value for society and not be just an excluded part of society. Going back to the data mining part, there is much more being created. Like in the last 2, 3, 4 years, we created more data than we ever created in the last 50 years. And the data by itself is not that useful, so there is a lot of need for data scientists and companies that can process all of this data being created. And also here, I think India can be in the front runner, and they can start leveraging all of the computer science students that are working. And also, one of the things is that don't have the employee mentality, like get employed for 1, 2, 3 years, get experience, but then quit your job and start your own business and be an employer. Don't be just an employee. Thanks.
Thank you. I think that's a diplomatic answer. Right. Now, going to Mr. Pham. Again, coming back to that particular technology, I think your innovation, your startup is also primarily based on education itself, technology in association with education itself. And that was interesting to see that it is motivated from the classroom of the concept of your tech. Coming back to the same context, how do you see that without technology as a prime driver over here, do you see this startup or entrepreneurship journey is going to be started or not?
That is a very interesting question. Like, is it possible to start a new company, start new businesses without tech? Personally, I think it's very hard these days. You can totally do that. I've seen many kind of business being able to do that. Personally, I think the reason why technology got so popular with the startup scene is because of the low entry level cost, which will enable such a large amount of people to innovate. So if anything, there are different pathways, but tech, it is important for the free flow of information. So yes, there are pathways, but I'm like love it so far. I think it changed the world, and yes, it's and personally, as we see that there are more and more tech to learn in this world. So as a student, what do we do, right? Do you take like another 4-year courses, like a program? And then there are this massive disruptions of jobs. So many people will be out of jobs in the next decade. How do we re-educate people even fast? So that I think the key word here is fast, because people wouldn't be able to stay hungry for long. So tech is, to me, is vital. There are other paths too, but we shouldn't ignore tech. So yeah, that's that one.
I'm glad that the count is increasing, that the number of people who are has been growing. And thank you very much, Pham, that the statement which you have made, that tech is the key at many a times, may not be all the times, but many a times that will be able to drive the entrepreneurship to its core. Now, coming back to the next speaker, Mr. Naidu. It's fine if I call you Naidu, right? Okay, yes. Now, your circumstances are slightly different from the rest of the people, I believe. Being your startup is more on to non-tech space lightly. So, according to you, do you see that journey what you have made so far from the date it's been started? How much of the modern technology or the emerging technology is able to be useful for you? How much of it is?
Yeah, see, I've been an entrepreneur for I've been an entrepreneur myself for last 20 years, right? But technology is always the integral part of the business. There was not out of that. But how you use the technology, but I always believe that technology is an enabler for the business, right? So we need to use the technology either to differentiate or disrupt the industry, right? So, but never consider, and always in the business, we always put technology on the enabler side. Make sure what is the problem we are solving and what technologies we could use to solve that problem, right? The emerging technologies, some of the technologies, for example, AI, right? I have tried to utilize in the event industry 6 years back. Try to see mainly on the recommendation engine of what are the different events which I am interested and things like that, right? So you could always use the technology, but it's an enabler is what I always believe, and it can definitely disrupt or differentiate in the business. The technology could be a differentiation factor for the business to grow. So that's how I looked at the technology for the last 20 years.
Yes. I think we got a quick perspective on the concept of technology as a tool for business. Is it a myth or reality? If you talk about that particular concept has been concerned right now, we have seen that it is no more a myth. It is necessary that we need to have technology as its backbone, and it has to be acting as a key enabler for the entire business to drive out. Now, coming to the
concept for this particular discussion is coming up as innovation in technology for business. Is it a boon or bane? Now, when we say innovation, many a times, like, carrying out a business which has been existing is one part of the story. When the modern days of entrepreneurship is concerned, it is primarily on innovate something and thereby create the new business in the market and go with a disruptive phase. That is what we have been expecting, that the new era or the generation to be able to take forward. Now, yes. In this context has been concerned, many a times there is a case that the innovation is not always as disruptive as we see. So now coming back to you, same as on the there is a further innovation to be able to carry out.
Yeah, every business definitely need to innovate. If not, somewhere you have to die the business. For example, I'll give a real case study what happened for the pandemic, right? So I was in the business of events, where physical events like this, right? There is one day we kind of seen in the March 2020, the number of events are kind of completely dropped down. I never seen in the entire industry of 10 years of working in this industry where there is a zero events happening on our site, right? If you are not innovated that, we literally died in that part of it, right? There are businesses which you could, at the time where, when the challenges like pandemic or some important events happen, if you don't innovate, you would actually die the business, completely zero business. We used to do close to 50,000 events in a year, close to 100 crore business annually, and almost close to 1 million tickets getting sold on the platform. And one day it becomes literally zero, right? And at that moment, as an entrepreneur, if there are two choices. Either you go and aggressively do more, or you actually downsize and protect and then downsize it, right? That is what decides the business in terms. And there are businesses I could not innovate actually during that time because it's been long time, like 10, 12 years I've been working on it. I could not do. But there are businesses who could able to do that innovation, who could able to jump on to the online events, the technology for online events, right? The entire video conferencing, the technology. You could able to build in the same period or lesser than 2 years. There could be $1 billion or unicorns were able to build during the same time. Even though I was in the business for 10 years, which you could not innovate, you completely died, right? So innovation is the most key important thing for any business, depends upon the time, and you have to do it. There is no alternative. Otherwise, you will die in the business.
Yes, that gives me to Mr. Mehta that you have been talking about innovation in the space of blockchain. Now, blockchain itself is a context of innovation over here. Now, considering the case like this, where the scaling of the company is going to be very much massive, do you see blockchain as a key role over here for expansion, or do you see that with the help of blockchain, there is further innovation to be required that need to be amalgamated with the existing structures and thereby go ahead?
Thank you for asking that question because it allows me to make a comment that I wanted to make as to. Yes. So I do agree with Anis that the point that he made that I'm in venture capital. I look at around 2 to 3 startup ideas on a daily basis, and because blockchain is hype at the moment, a lot of the budding entrepreneurs out there, they're just trying to find a problem where they can fit in blockchain. So I do agree with Anis that it starts with finding the problem statement and what problems in the society that you're trying to solve, and then let's see that whether blockchain fits into that tech stack. And then I want to make another comment to my friend over here, Hui, who said about technology, that you need technology. Now, I read, like I saw one of Steve Jobs' interview, when he used to pitch to VCs about home computers, and back then there was no venture capital. He used to tell people that as human beings, as a species, our ability to go from point A to point B is very down the ladder of the animal kingdom. A tiger or a lion can go from A to B much quicker than what a human being can do. But human beings have the ability to think, so they invented wheels, and then eventually they kept on innovating. They were able to go to point A to B and rise up the animal kingdom ladder. So technology, digital technology as per se, it helps us to scale, So if you're trying to solve problems at a mass level, you can't do it without technology. So totally agree with what you said. Now coming to the point of what you raised, in a way you're asking me a consulting question on how I can help Mr. Naidu. I'm happy to do that. I'll let you do it for free. But blockchain can't help you there, at least at this stage. Blockchain at the end of the day is a distributed ledger technology. It creates an immutable ledger. And blockchain at the moment is a frontier technology. I would disagree with you that it's a fad. Neural networks started in the 90s. People thought it's a fad. It was a very early technology, but now everything is AI. Similarly, blockchain is at that level of innovation. All the MBA students over here will eventually learn about crossing the chasm model in the innovation space. So we are very early. We are the innovators phase in blockchain. So blockchain technology, as a result of being in the innovator space, isn't as fast, just like how computers in the 90s weren't as fast. So we couldn't think about building a metaverse at that time. So blockchain technology will grow as per the Metcalfe's law, but unfortunately, blockchain might not be able to help you with your business at the moment, but AI can definitely help you in doing the forecast. So with that, I'll let you pass it on to Anis and help him build a business
I'm
case.
glad that you have brought up all the components of AI, starting from machine learning to neural networks and so on, which is one of my favorite, by the way. And it's interesting that, blockchain, though people talk about it, it's not much of a larger scope for many of the business or other spectrums to be able to adapt at a particular point of time unless there is a huge amount of scaling factor over there. Now, Mr. Merchant, so coming from your standpoint on the case with academia has been concerned, how do you see the role of academia in the context of this category of innovations, where they can actually be useful in the market right away to be plugged and eaten?
So academia either influencing or using?
Both.
Okay. I've had the fortune. So by the way, Course 5, I know our name is misnomer. We are not an ed tech company, or we don't do anything in education. So just want to clarify that. But we are an AI and an analytics company working with large corporates. I've been consulting with few of the big institutes in India, and one of the peeve point I have is that today many of the academia are trying to teach. Like, I'll just give a simple example. In fact, I was talking to one of the upcoming college who was saying, hey, we want to launch an AI program, like many other campuses. And, they went on to a topic, okay, we should teach Python. I said, okay, what do you want to teach in Python? Do you want to teach people to code? Because coding today, unfortunately, in India, the stats have come out, only 4% of engineers know how to write original code. The rest are GitHub coders, as I would call them, who know how to copy a code and paste it. So what do you want to teach? Do you want to teach how to write code on GitHub or use code on GitHub, or actually decode a code? Because that nobody teaches. So that is a very important role which academia should probably influence or talk about, is the logic. It's not about the technology, it's the logic behind the tech, which is far more important. And that's why, to Shiv's point, every problem doesn't require blockchain. And every problem doesn't need to start with the tech also. So that's something which which academia need to go ahead and influence. From leveraging, today, the beauty of the pandemic, I would say the beauty of pandemic is, it's made education democratized globally. So it's not necessary that Woxsen can only focus on, I was asking one of the students, what is the demography of students who come here? And she said it's mostly southern states, and it's mostly national, but large concentration is southern states. It's global in my mind. It's not just restricted to India. So that's where the beauty of pandemic is, that sitting in any part of the world, a student or an aspirant can actually learn. But there, how do you use tech to scale, to Shiv's point? How do you protect that person using blockchain or any other technology? And more importantly, use Mera events as an event platform to create these kind of platforms which virtually can be hosted as a omni-channel event, which is physical as well as virtual. So that's where my perspective is.
That's one space where we can see that the modern academic institutions, starting from primary institutions to very, very naive institutions, they are all been starting with the philosophy of we don't want to produce, especially in the space of technology when concerned, we don't want to produce workforce, we want to produce thinkers rather than the people who actually do the donkey work, right? Now, that comes back to the next aspect of our discussion. One of the discussion point is like, whenever we go out hearing talks from so-called big entrepreneurs and all, we always keep hearing that I am a college dropout and then I established an organization and I have been quite successful. I have been now nearly ruling the world kind of statements. I mean, it's I would say as interesting to hear, or it is actually, let us hear the same kind of viewpoint on the same comment that I am a college dropout and it worked for me. So, how does the modern student who want to be an entrepreneur, who want to be a technocrat, who want to be a delightful thinker, and
Does it work? Yeah. So the question was how college dropout, like should people drop from college and start their own company or what?
What they want to say by making this kind of statement?
So me personally, I did 2.5 years of faculty and I dropped because I didn't like that we didn't do practice, it was a lot of theory. And from speaking with other people that they kind of quit their job and they decided to start their own company, I think they are trying to say that you can make it without university. And I think this is true to a certain degree. Like, I don't recommend doing this if you have a good business idea and things like that. You could probably do it, but I don't recommend it. Like, yeah, you could finish high school because it's university because it's useful, especially here. Like, we don't want. But I think now in the age of internet and Udemy and Coursera and all of the available information that we have online, it's not university is not everything. University is really good. You will have a support group that you can use for the rest of your life. You will have much more opportunities. Like even me as a college dropout, I'm still considering for the future to either apply to Harvard, MIT, or some other school, especially because of the network that you will benefit from it. And also because we in all the we have all the mentalities, and a lot of companies, they will choose not to hire you, or they will hire you based on where you have learned, based on something that they can kind of, they have an impression that, okay, you did this university, so you should be really smart because you are able to finish it. And this may be the case or not. But in my case, like one of the best ability that you can learn, and we see it written there, is called learn, connect, inspire, innovate. I will focus on the learn. I think one of the best ability is learning to learn. Learn how to learn. Because what you want to learn, this is what you know, but I think universities should teach more people how to learn. Like about any subject that you want, there are different methods that you can use. And this is why like the training that I did some weeks ago at Woxsen online was upgrading your digital knowledge. It wasn't focused on how to learn, but it was focused on how to be efficient when you want to learn something. And focusing on that, like on that training when I did, there was like 50 to 70 students participating, but nobody asked any questions. And usually, like, try to ask questions, try to be involved in the process, don't be just a consumer. Be curious, there is no wrong answer, right answers. It's just your curiosity, and develop it and nourish it.
Interesting. I think you come back to the same note as you are in earlier, that's stating that, A neutral space is what we need to look into. Now, coming to Mr. Pham, that your initiation has been primarily from academia, which has been started from your classroom onwards, if I believe, your journey of entrepreneurship, right? Your journey of entrepreneurship has started from the classroom, right? Now, imagine that you do not have an academic environment or a university environment around you at that particular point of time, which has provided you infrastructure, scope, space to think, opportunity to work out, resources in multiple forms and shapes. Imagine that kind of spectrum is not available to you. Would you have started this particular journey?
That is a great question. It relates directly to me. I think there are high chance that I wouldn't be able to be here. I do believe there is a fine line. There is a boundary of opportunities for a certain person to have to do certain things. I don't play down the ability for a certain person to outdo one's expectations. So personally, looking back at my life, I am very fortunate that my parents can, help me to afford U.S. college. I was not even a good student to even begin with. My grades was not good. My English was very average. However, my dad made a little bit of money back in the time, and his dream was always to go abroad, but he never made it into reality, so I took it. He passed that opportunity to me. So it was still, there is something that I went to college. In a lot of ways, I didn't earn that. A lot of people couldn't go. My grades in college was also not good. So after a few years, there came a problem that I didn't know what to do next, where to go, why am I doing this? So I took a break from university for 1 year. That may also happen if I did not have this opportunity. I will also take a break from school, even if I was staying in Vietnam. And during that 1 year, when I took a break, I got exposed to entrepreneurship. I changed a lot of opinions about myself, about money in general. Well, before that, I did film. I did a lot of liberal arts, so I hold certain opinions about how making money can be detrimental to my art. But after that year, it became very different, and I went completely out of my expectations. At that point, my grades in school in the US was somewhere around 2 points or 1 point something. The school sent me a letter that you're about to get expelled from the department. And one more semester like this, they're gonna expel me from school. So that was amazing opportunity to go back right? So with that new mentality, I went back and I finished school. My last 2 semesters, I got straight A's. Never got that in my entire life. And I met Rowan over there, who is now my co-founder. That was my journey in the US. So probably I wouldn't be able to do a lot of things that I am able. I'm very humble, and I feel very privileged to do these things today. But I'm pretty sure I'm gonna make the same move. I will remake my life if I feel like I was uncomfortable with certain wrong path that I chose. I will take responsibility for that. So yes.
Good to hear that. And coming to Mr. Naidu, you had an academic backdrop from roughly 20 years back, if I'm right, from your your journey. So in this particular part of the journey, have you found an opportunity, or have you seen an opportunity that there is something that academia can still do for you in this particular journey? Or you didn't find any particular segment that there is no need of academic involvement over here in terms of innovation, in terms of expansion, in terms of further growth, and so on, so forth?
There are times where you feel that you need some kind of a support, right? Whether that support can come from the academia, or that support can come from the industry or the ecosystem, right? But you definitely need, and the journey of an entrepreneurship is very lonely and very difficult. It's not that easier.
Usually, entrepreneurships of this particular kind of challenge, they reach out to another entrepreneurships or companies for their solutions. They don't often reach out to academia. Why is that?
It is mostly maybe the thinking of the thought is academia is about theoretical, right?
Okay.
For us, what we are looking at is more of practical exposure, experience, somebody who has done that, who has gone through that journey, right? That is where the entrepreneurial, it's all about practicality for us, right? For us, the mindset probably is that academy is more of a theoretical part of it. So probably that is the reason why we could have not maybe extended that reach out to say that, okay, we could go to academia to get more help, right? Yes, academia could definitely help on some of the research, which is once again theoretical, but practicality wise, we always believe or we would always depend on somebody who gone through the journey, who has done something, who failed probably, is more comfortable the path.
But many a times that, much of the groundbreaking research or futuristic innovations does happen at academia itself, right? If you see global revolution of technology being concerned, most of things happen at the same space. So why the companies or the modern organizations are not able to take that particular leap?
It's once again depends upon the business to business, right? Something like very deep tech technologies, companies like especially, I started working at the IIIT recently, right? There are so many deep tech companies are working there, and the academia and the industry, right? And having the collaboration on a day-to-day basis also will make a lot of difference because you need some practical exposure and the real use cases of implementing whatever you learn today in the education. If you can't implement it with a practical solving a problem, right? The entire thing is not really much useful. So I think the more collaboration of putting even the entrepreneurs and the educational kind of a combination at a same locality or area which would help more in interaction in the process. Yes. So it requires a lot more bridging between the academy and the industry, and maybe close to the academia also, close to the industry, and industry is close to the academia, will make a difference.
Right. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Naidu. So that comes to the end of the session for this one. Now, I would like to make a closing remark that, many of the people, whoever says that I am a college dropout and I have been establishing a company and it has been quite remarkable, please don't fall into the trap. I believe that is the closure remark we can make from this particular panel. And the purpose over there is not that they don't want to motivate you to drop out a college, they want to motivate you. Please make sure your motivation is much stronger than dropping out from a college. Otherwise, you will again go back to the same failure case. At the same time, the panel would likely to agree and make sure that there is a significant amount of technological contribution that is needed to establish any particular entrepreneurship, right? So, it is also equally necessary that the technological association has to be further taken into a very strong pace if you want to really bring your business to a larger scale, right? So that's all from the panel, and if there is no further, we'll be able to take it off. Okay? Right. Thank you very much all.
Thank you for this very insightful panel discussion, sir. The picture. Thank you for the insightful panel discussions, sir. Innovation and technology is important for every business, else it just phases out. I think the panel deserves another round of applause. The Global Impact Summit 2022 is organized in association with EFMD Global, ETS India, LinkedIn Local, QS Ranking, and IMA. We now have a break for 10 minutes. We will now gather back at 11:10, and the snacks and tea is served opposite to the... Thank you. of inviting Mr. Sridhar Gadhi, founder and executive chairman of Quantella. Please, let's have a round of applause. Close up. Mr. Sridhar's company Quantella is awarded as a technology pioneer in 2019 by the World Economic Forum and is into automating and optimizing urban infrastructure operations. Mr. Sridhar is a recipient of the Ernst & Young Entrepreneur of the Year Award and the Young Entrepreneur of the Year of the Award by Tana. Mr. Sridhar will be interviewed by Mr. Chahat Mishra, the head of International Relations and Strategic Development at Woxsen University. He is also an award-winning lifestyle coach and a motivational speaker. It gives us immense pleasure to invite both the dignitaries onto the dais for what is going to be a very insightful session. Oh, yes.
Hello, can you guys hear me? So good morning, everyone. First of all, big thanks to Woxsen University and Wien for this great opportunity to speak at this platform. Two reasons. One, I'm really bored of doing webinars and Zoom sessions. We don't even know who is watching it or that they are checking WhatsApp messages. I can see the passion here. All of you are here because you believe in impact and you believe in sustainability. That's exactly what I do. I'm very passionate about creating better world by creating positive impact. Let me start with my journey, why I felt impact and sustainability are important, and what it takes to be a company which creates a sustainable impact. So personally, I built and sold multiple software companies, both in India as well as in US. Built software services company, came back, again here, built software development company, and sold. So the two questions which always arise, I'm making lots of money, but am I creating real impact to the society? And I was questioning myself, is there any business which you can create sustainable impact on the society, on the environment, at the same time you can make money in a sustainable way, which you can scale? That's what exactly I was looking for. So I was looking for what exactly I should do. The intersection of creating a social impact, environmental impact, at the same time creating a positive impact in terms of the economic impact to the companies. So I was just looking for what to do. Obviously, I'm not Elon Musk or Steve Jobs to really come with a great innovation, something which is not there. I said, okay, let me see in and around where I go, what are the challenges you have, which every citizen is facing, whether I can bring some technology intervention to create positive impact to the society. Most of us will live in cities or even bigger towns, which are called as cities. So if you look at the city statistics, only 2% of the city land is occupied by the city. Though only 2% of the land is occupied by the city, around 50% of the people live in cities. And every day, equivalent to number of people who live in Paris are moving into the cities, which means more and more people are living into the cities. But do they have a great infrastructure? Do they have a pollution level cities? No. So if you look at what can be done to help cities, help people like us to have a better living. So if I ask you, let me just stop here. If I ask you what are the top 2-3 problems you guys see, what you want from the city? Anybody? Traffic, pollution, waste management, that's again environment, safety, in the night if you want to go out. So if you look at cities, more and more people are moving into the cities. That's exactly I have listed down. You have crime, you have pollution, you have traffic congestion. Not only me, I think everybody can relate to the same problem. But are we solving it? Is there any big tech startup which is really working on solving this problem? And more, cars, more and more construction, it's hugely affecting on the environment. More and more carbon emission is happening in the cities. How do you solve? So this city, to improve this infrastructure, cities has to spend money. But the problem is, if you look at globally, cities are not financially rich. They depend on federal budgets to support, to provide the services to the citizens. So they have only money for the basic infrastructure. They don't have money for the technology to implement and help to reduce traffic, reduce crime rate, reduce pollution. So how you can create economical impact where you can make cities rich enough so that they can spend on social and environmental impact. So now the question is, oh, cities, oh, government, it's a big pain. So when I used to, you are a venture capitalist, when I used to, today we have both Series A and B invested by Cisco. Initially, when I went to any VC, the first question, oh, you're working with the government. Long cycles, we don't want to fund. That's the biggest challenge most of the startups had. And most of the startups afraid to really get into any business which involves with the government. But think about it. If there is a $1.3 trillion opportunity and no market leader is there, if there is an opportunity to explore and get into $1.3 trillion opportunity, at the same time, every dollar, every minute you spend has a huge impact on the society. How about that? So what exactly we do? We are a technology company, offer outcome-based business models by digitizing the urban infrastructure. So how we differentiate is we don't just provide the technology, we provide the outcomes. When I go to city administrator, I don't tell them that I'm going to provide giving you a technology platform. I'm going to tell him, I'm going to reduce your pollution by 40% by so much time. I'm going to reduce your traffic by so and so. So that's so I'm going to provide the outcomes using the technology rather than providing the technology. The reason is most of the city governments may not have top-notch CTOs who can use this technology and get the outcomes. So that's where when the customer is not technology savvy, we own outcomes rather than just selling the technology. So any startup, when you start a startup, you start with a bigger vision. You start with some idea. You think this is the pain point customer has. I'm going to solve it. So I just wanted to share my experience. I think some of your students are also here. So when you have an understanding of the problem and we are trying to solve the problem, how you start and how you evolve as an organization from 1,000 feet level to 100 feet level, understanding the real pain points versus what you believe. So every organization requires evolution of what technology you started building and what's the real need. How do you go to the market? Go-to-market strategies change based on the time to time. Pricing strategies change. I just want to talk about how we evolved as an organization in all these categories. So far I have told you it's a $1.3 trillion opportunity, 3 major problems everybody is facing. Cities doesn't have money, but there is an opportunity, there is a pain point, and cities create 80% of the economy for the country, and we need to solve this problem. So when we realized that there is a huge opportunity, I went and started studying what kind of technology is available in the city. So I have seen companies, some companies making lighting smart by having a lighting smart controller. Somebody is making parking smart by having a parking app. Somebody is making traffic smart, and somebody is making safety smart. So they're all individual silo applications. But if you look at the government wanted to operate everything from a single platform. So for example, you are doing an MBA, you don't go to 6 different places to get 6 subjects, right? So you need a single platform to operate all the entire infrastructure from a single platform. We said, okay, great. Everybody is operating in silos. I will build something which everything single as a command control center, you can operate seamlessly. Then the next question comes, how do I go to the market? I don't have huge money. I don't have sales organization. I can't reach so many governments. How do I reach? At that time, Cisco was market leader in smart cities. And most of you know Cisco or any networking company, they are extremely good at connecting different things. Like it could be IoT sensors, it could be camera, it could be anything. They are very good at connecting things and securing things. But they don't have a command control center software to operate everything from a single dashboard. So what we did, we went and partnered with them. We gave our dashboard to them and we become their OEM partners. When you say OEM, again, if somebody is ready to, planning to start a startup, so not every time you have to be a front end to reach the customer. If you have a unique technology, you give it to a big company, they integrate your software into their software and they will sell as a software. Here in this case, Cisco was selling Smart City Command Control Center software. We developed a dashboard and we have given it to them as an OEM, which means they white label our software and they go take it to the market. Every time they sell, you'll have small revenue share. So here what helped us, by becoming OEM, suddenly I have 10,000 Cisco people selling our software. Again, there is a unique way of how you can reach the market within a very short time. Then they started selling and we were getting small revenue shares and all. So again, once we started selling for 20, 30 cities, then we said, hey, we are a company not in the business of selling technology. We wanted to sell outcomes. We want to make sure that customer using our software, customer is deriving the value out of the software. When we looked at it, not even 10% of the governments are really effectively using our software. Then we looked at what is the problem. Because government doesn't understand technology and they don't know how to use the technology. They are not Fortune 100 company where CTO and the CIO takes the ownership to derive the value from the investments what they make. We said, okay, we will be a technology with a service now mindset, which means we not only provide the technology, we go and help customer to derive the value. That's when we started closely working with cities, trying to make sure that they use the technology and they derive the value. That's where from 1,000 feet level, understanding of what the smart city is, what exactly they need, versus the real needs of the customer. So that's how we built the entire purpose-built urban infrastructure platform, purpose-built smart city platform. So I'll just give you one example. People think smart cities means connecting few IoTs. But smart city means it's IoT you have, it's camera you have, it's satellite data you have social data you have, GIS data you have old SCADA systems. How do you integrate the entire city infrastructure into a single platform to operate? So by becoming 1,000 feet level to 100 feet level, from a technology to technology with a service now mindset, we have really learned what cities really need, which helped us to build a platform, implement a platform 5 times faster, 5 times cheaper than anybody else in the world. Within 1 year, we could scale our business and we could implement our project in 100 cities. We got global recognition starting from World Economic Forum to every opportunity you can think of. We were like leading because of the cheaper and faster and the good product. So then suddenly COVID happened. Most of you know with COVID, who is the biggest organization who has to contribute to the COVID situation to help the citizens. It's again government. Governments has to spend amount of time building the quarantine centers, doing the testing, and taking care of the vaccination, doing the lockdowns. That was their priority. Suddenly, company which was doing extremely well, you know that the government doesn't have any mind space to buy your technology because they're extremely busy with the COVID and all. At the same time, with lockdown, whatever the limited revenues they were getting, even they will start getting less and less revenues because of the lockdowns and because of the slowdown of the business. So we had two options. Shall we completely slow down and wait until the COVID really picks up? Or shall we completely reinvent ourselves? The fundamental vision is still same. We wanted to help every citizen to have a better life. Less traffic, less pollution, less, more safe. So we become outcome-based solution company, which means we said we will not charge anything to the customer. I will come to the city and say that, hey, I'm going to make your city safe, or I'm going to make your city less traffic. I will completely invest into it. So I'll just share with you how we become outcome-based focused without charging any money. So I'll just give you, let's take example of traffic. Any idea how you can make intelligent traffic management system where you can reach source to destination, let's say 40% faster, but still you don't need any investment from the government? Any thoughts? What else? But still they need to spend money. Government has to spend money. Yeah, there is an alternate way of transportation. So what we have done is, once you do an intelligent traffic management system, you will be able to connect different cameras, you can make it fast. The same way, if you want to make cities safe, you can have number of cameras which is continuously monitoring what's happening within the city. And if there is any crime happens, it can predict any suspicious activity. Or if the crime already happened, within few seconds, it knows from which camera, which location, which person they can catch. So great, right? You can make it safe, at the same time less traffic. But where is the money? So what we do is we take the same camera and use it for the traffic violation. And whatever the revenue we collect out of the traffic violation, we will take the revenue share of it for next 5 years and 10 years. The same way, any kind of smart, any kind of citizen level services you need, we take their public spaces, we take their digital hoardings. We monetize those and we take the revenue share from it and we invest into making the citizens centric services. So when we want to do it, we felt, because we're a technology company, suddenly we wanted to own the outcomes. You can't own the outcomes just having a technology. So now, from a technology company, we have to be a delivery of outcomes. So first we said, okay, we are not just a technology company, we have to execute this project successfully, and we need to operate this project, and we need to deliver the outcomes. So what we did is, we are a technology platform company, and we felt that video intelligence is very much required because video is playing a huge role in terms of the safety or the traffic. We acquired a video company. Then we need an execution capability. We acquired a software services company. And you need to have a operations because you need to learn how to operate those assets and maintain the SLAs. We acquired an operations company and we provide the delivery outcomes. How am I doing with the time? So I'll just give a couple of examples which will help you. So here, instead of selling technology to customers and leaving them with the burden of achieving their objects, at Quantella, we hold ourselves accountable to deliver the outcomes they are seeking. I'll end with a couple of examples how we achieve that. So when you say outcomes, You can reduce costs or you can increase revenues. So for example, you take lighting. When you make lighting smart, when you convert into LED and lighting smart, you can reduce the power bill by 50%, which means there is a reduction of cost. Not only that, when you reduce the power cost by 50%, there is a huge impact on the environment because you are reducing the carbon emission. So not only that, when you're making lighting smart, so earlier, for example, there is a light got damaged, what will happen? Nobody notices. People start gathering, then people start having drinks, start committing crimes, right? Here, with a smart controller of smart lighting, you will be able to know, you will be able to predict when the lighting is going to go bad, or you will know when the lighting goes off, right? So immediately you will be able to fix it, which means again, it is a safety. So just making lighting smart, you will be not only able to reduce the cost of energy, you are able to reduce the environmental carbon emission by 50%. You will be able to make the city safe because you are able to predict when the lighting is going to go down so that you are able to go and fix it proactively. The same thing, I just gave you an example of traffic, parking and safety. So parking is not just having a parking app where you know where the parking is available, where the parking is not available, you make reservation. 50 to 60% of the traffic congestion happens in developed cities only because people are trying to find the parking where the parking lot is. So just to give you, how outcomes will really impact. I'll just give you two examples. In Middle East, one of the country came to us and said, we felt students are not safe starting from home, going to school and coming back. How will you ensure that when they go on school bus, they are safe? How do I track where they are at any given time? How do I ensure that they get out of the bus or they get into the bus, there is no accidents or anything is happening? At the same time, we don't have enough money to sponsor this project. I said, well, we'll take care of everything. So we built the entire technology for them where every student is monitored. How many students got in, how many students left the bus, what time they got in, what time they reached the school, and how many people got in, how many people got out. So we do entire the safety, but we use the same cameras just in and around the school bus, whoever is committing any kind of traffic violation. So that specific traffic violation, whatever the revenue we collect, we get a share of it. So suddenly they have a traffic violation system. They are started making revenues. They are making students safe. And because there is a continuous revenue model, city is becoming sustainable. I'll take one more example in US. So there is a city called Erie, Pennsylvania. Mayor of the city came and said that certain area of the city, kids were getting lower grades. And they tried to do research why kids were getting lower grades, especially during COVID. Because the community is below par, kids doesn't have internet at home. Since they don't have internet at home, kids couldn't complete homework at home. They have to go back to school, complete the homework, and study. She said, hey, I need free Wi-Fi for everybody. But at the same time, I don't have money to support this Wi-Fi. He said, well, we will take care of it. So you leave it to us. What we did, we invested money into it. We converted their lighting into smart lighting. And we created Wi-Fi services. And we provided specific zones where financially not rich, we provided free Wi-Fi. But we use the same infrastructure to monetize it for the commercial establishments. We use the data, of course, following all the policy laws. We monetize the data, again, to create the revenue models. So what I'm trying to say is, it's a huge opportunity to explore And this can be self-sustainable. Without any investment from the government, you will be able to make it self-sustainable model and provide a huge impact to the society. What we want to do, we wanted to make the same kind of technology infrastructure available, which is available in New York and Paris and London, to every small city. We want to democratize this technology and available to every citizen in every city. Thank you.
We shall now have the live interview. I would request Mr. Sridhar and Mr. Chahat to please grace the dais with your presence. Thank you.
First of all, thank you so much, Sridhar, for sharing your views with us on smart cities and how do you see, the world getting transformed with this IoT and the technology which we are going to see in the next few years. Of course, there are a lot of other emerging technologies in the next 10 to 15 years which we are yet to see. On that note, we have seen that how Quantella has evolved over a period of the last 10 to 15 years. So, what was your inspiration to start Quantella and how did this journey begin?
Before that, you mentioned about emerging technologies next 5 years, 10 years. What's fantastic thing is everything is getting cheaper. Sensors, everything. And you might be seeing some of those future projections, right? Predictions. Sensors will be 1 by 100th cost of what it is today. Processing speed would be much faster, much lower cost. Adaptability is drastically increased with COVID, people consuming different services from home. Because of adaptability, accessibility, and availability, and technology, usage of technology will be extremely high, and it will be a huge impact in the society with that. Coming back to Quantella, as I have mentioned to you, when I built software development company, when I used to go to customers, they used to say, you are mini TCS or mini Wipro. Why should we really come to you? So I said, I want to build one product of global scale. At the same time, it's not just the money. I wanted to feel that there is a contribution back to the society. So what's the combination of building a world-class product from India at the same time providing a huge impact on the society? That's how Quantilla started. But when you start versus what you learn and how you evolve, so we are still continues to evolve as an organization.
So I think that's a brilliant response. Moving to the next question, Sridhar, I'm sure that there are global competitors as well to Quantilla, where, in terms of what you are offering, may be, of course, a notch higher, or in terms of the products and services, what Quantilla is offering is maybe slightly different. What are your competitors in this particular segment globally? And how do you see Quantilla creating a differentiation in the product and services through, over the years that the audience has seen?
Very good question. So, since last 6 years, we have seen different competitors every year and 2 years. My competitor of 6 years back versus today is completely different. So I'm really happy to say that we pioneered outcome as a service. And we not only pioneered, and we are okay to have competition coming in, is because the more and more people start outcome as a service model, they see our success stories, and more people start this, and which can create a huge, bigger impact and faster impact to the society. And not only creating society, at the same time, when more and more people get into it, this model adaptability will be much, much faster, and people would understand much faster. In fact, at World Economic Forum, we focus on this model, and we continuously educate different academias, different policy makers all over the world, talking about this outcome as a service models, how we become successful, showing the data, sharing the data points so that they can educate. Because World Economic Forum is all about the impact, and it's a public-private partnerships and helping the future policies. So we are glad that we evolved from a dashboard company to a platform to an outcome-based services company. And we're also very keen to make this model successful, and more people adopt to this.
So Sridhar, you mentioned about World Economic Forum. My next question would be, what insights have you derived from the World Economic Forum, where you mentioned about smart IoT and smart cities? Which year was that when you presented at the World Economic Forum? And what were the key focus areas during that particular conference where you touched upon these points?
So our focus is, I think what I have presented, how you can create impact to the society at scale, through the opportunities what exists. And there is also more focus on data. The biggest challenge for every city is, okay, if I make cities smart, am I sharing this data with companies, whether my data is secure or not? The security of the data is also extremely very important. And also when you have so many sensors implemented every entire city, so any kind of hack can happen and the entire city can completely go down. So how do you make sure the data is safe? How do you make sure that the security, all the norms are followed? And at the same time, how do you make the data valuable? Because these governments are not in the business of making money. Governments are in the business of providing better services. So our focus and our presentation was how we can make cities more smart, providing better services to the citizens. In fact, today, if you look at it, not the countries, cities compete with each other. Bangalore and Hyderabad competes with each other. Reason is, okay, who has a better infrastructure? Which city is more safer? Which city has less traffic? So if you look at Hyderabad, compared to other places, we can reach from any place to other place within 30 to 45 minutes. Not the same situation with Bangalore. If you look at Delhi or Bangalore versus our pollution levels, we have very distributed development, less polluted. So it's very important for cities to grow even economically, not only provide the services to the citizens, which will help them.
Great. My next question is more on the lines where you started your journey with Quantella. You had your business idea. I'm sure when you approached the government, there must have been some challenges, some hurdles, where initially your idea may not have been heard, but eventually people believed in your idea, and from there on you realized that you can certainly add more value by creating a smart city, not just in one place, but across the world. So what were those challenges, and how were you able to, come up with that?
Very good question. So when you look at the opportunity, then you feel like, okay, I have to work with the government. How do I go and work? First of all, any government project, if you have to get it, government will say, do you have 3 years of history? Do you have a positive net worth? Or you have 50 crores, let's say, for example, net worth in the company? And have you done 3 similar projects in the last 3 years? Do you have the credentials? That's where, the whole thing stops. So how do you navigate as a startup? Today, 5 years, 10 years back may be difficult. Today, the opportunities are unlimited. You go to any accelerator, or you go to any companies like Cisco, HP, IBM, everybody encourages startups to develop solutions on their platform. So what is Cisco is in business for? They want to sell their network. They are best in the world. But what customers are asking for? Customers are asking for solutions. Customers are asking for outcomes. So you go to big partner who has a huge sales organization. Their goal is to sell, let's say, for example, network infrastructure. And you have a solution which helps. You develop that solution and go to them. They do so many programs to encourage startups to come, right? Go to them and say that, hey, this solution help your customer to get the outcomes. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a technology. I'm going to develop my technology on your network, on your platform. Which means, so in our case, when we build this something, every time when Cisco used to go and sell our software, they used to, if we make $1, they used to make $10. Because the entire network infrastructure is theirs, entire security infrastructure is theirs. So ours is just a platform. So that's how you can have the right partnerships to enter the market. You don't have to always go to the governments. And then you can slowly evolve as an organization. Even today, we believe that everything we do, we believe in the partnerships because the opportunity is exponential.
I think this response was quite, I would say, to the T, because it's not just about when you're looking at creating a smart city, it's not just about approaching the government and getting things done, but also making your humble beginnings to begin with, and then making your ideas heard to the people gradually over a period of time, and that's when people start to realize that. My next question would be, since we have some young students sitting here today attending the Global Impact Summit, so what is the go-to market strategy that you would recommend the young students who would perhaps go on to become entrepreneurs to launch any product in the smart cities?
So first, what I recommend, obviously every startup could be different, and the kind of relationships, the kind of ecosystem access they have could be different, but in general, right, I'll make it more generic. There's so many accelerators. You have, T-Hub has accelerator program. All these big companies, starting from HP, Cisco, IBM, everybody has accelerator program. Identify which one is the most relevant to you. Start working with them. There are so many amazing people who wanted to advise. Today you have an idea. For the world to reach, world to know that you have an idea, it is 100 times faster. It's not a big deal at all. You participate in one of the accelerator program and you go and speak, wow, 100 people sees. And somebody posts it on LinkedIn and 100,000 people see. So if you have a great idea, getting access to things is extremely easy. But what I feel is being part of accelerator program and work with the big corporates and then scale is the right thing to do. In fact, they also help you to raise small funding, and also that's important. Second thing, people feel like, whether do I really need money? So I always feel like once you have some idea, once you have the prototype, always try to get smart money. Because once you have smart money, credibility is going to be very high when any PE or any VC invests into the company. And the kind of exposure, the kind of relationships, contacts, and the guidance you get from them is huge again.
So, my next question would be, Sridhar. See, we have seen that incubators and accelerators are there in many universities, colleges across the world. What these incubators and accelerators are really focusing on, and as someone mentioned in today's panel discussion, it is important to know really what you do. Just don't do what you do, but mean what you do. So even Woxsen has its own incubator, the Trade Tower, which I'm sure you must be aware of, which the students come up with business ideas, share it, and ensure that some of the best business ideas can be given an opportunity to be incubated right at the campus itself. So I think in that aspect, a couple of universities worldwide have taken that first step forward to create that environment across the world. My next question is, Quantella has evolved for the last 10-15 years and has achieved a lot of feat, as you mentioned. How do we see Quantella going forward in the next 15 years or 20 years down the line? How do we see Quantella coming up? What are the new products and services that we can expect from Quantella?
Let me answer the first question, what you mentioned about several universities starting incubators and how do they scale. So some of you might already know, if you look at universities like Harvard, Stanford, all this, major private equity, major funds in US funded by universities. And major innovation comes out of universities and even the defense. Because what I feel is universities can afford who has grants, and defense can afford innovation without worrying about the ROI. If I start a business, I need to see ROI. But defense, it's national security. University is building the future, right? So that's where the huge innovation comes. From there, making marketable, maybe it takes time, right? So I think definitely it plays a huge role in a university, the kind of innovation, everything. But the only thing is, I feel much more integration with the corporates. And second thing is, any startup cannot solve this problem. It's much more collaborative approach between the startups to find a single solution. Again, your question to me on what's our future. I mean, 15 years is a very, very long time. The world will completely change. But what I feel is we have proven ourselves that with an outcome-based model, you can change the world without any city, any investment from the government. Our whole idea is execution, 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 make it successful scale, exponential scale. While we do it, we also know that the world is changing. So today, how you do things will be completely different in the future. I'll just give you one example. Let's say if I want to make less polluted city, and if I wanted to monitor the pollution levels of entire city, what I would have done, let's say 3 years back, I would have asked city that, hey, these are the 1,000 locations, you have to put environmental sensor, and let's monitor through a platform how the pollution levels of each location. Then based on the pollution levels, you might wanted to change traffic direction, or you wanted to change, for example, certain area high pollution is there, don't give high-rise permissions, only give residential buildings, you'll give some idea. So 1.5 years back, so city said, hey, I don't have that kind of money, can you re-innovate instead of having so many sensors. I said, we took that challenge. Okay, instead of 1,000 sensors, I'll do only 100 sensors. So you only put it at a strategic location. Then you take satellite data, meteorological data, geospatial data. You do some AI algorithms. Other than this 100, 900 places, at 95% accuracy, you will be able to know the pollution levels. Now suddenly you're innovating. As a environmental sensor company, if I'm still selling the same sensors, I will not be sustainable. So like that, I think the new technologies are coming much, much faster. So I have to continuously innovate, technology and how I do things. The fundamental, my vision is same, but how I achieve it, to achieve it, what is my mission will continues to change.
I think the learning from this is you need to rethink, refocus, and re-strategize whenever you are, working in your entrepreneurial journey. With this, we have come to the end of the first segment of the talk. The last segment is a rapid fire, which will have 3 questions, and this was not prepared. So let us do this. Are you ready, Sridhar?
I'm ready.
1 word for 3 questions. So the first question is, if Sridhar would not have been an entrepreneur, where would Sridhar be now?
Teacher. At the age of 16, 17 years, I used to teach. I used to be very good at math. I was taking tuition. So one day my tuition teacher said, hey, there are 30 people learning, right? Whoever comes first doesn't have to pay the fee. I never paid the fee since then. Then I said, okay, I'm so good at it, why don't I start a tutorial? I started a tutorial. So I always have that passion of teaching. So, and always, obviously, again, there is a huge amount of contribution you can back to the society.
Sridhar, that was a rapid fire, by the way. So moving on to the next question. What does Sridhar like doing the most in the 24 hours?
Fitness.
And the last question is, Sridhar's 2 key strengths, which makes you what you are as a person, which has built you as an entrepreneur and a global icon today.
I'm not really a global icon, definitely I wanted to be. I think passion and drive are the 2 important things. And always, people would ask, who would be your inspiration, everything, right? So we always think Elon Musk or somebody. It's always people in and around you, people next to you. Let me take this opportunity to share Veen. Veen is a very good friend. I don't know how many of you know, he took up golf less than 1 year back. And within YPO, he got the first prize. He went to Calcutta and he got the first prize within 1 year. If you have passion and drive, what you can achieve. I give my kids, I give whoever, he's the best example for me. Second, I'm part of the governing council as well. So during the peak COVID, he wanted to invest lots of money in infrastructure and everything. So I was telling Wayne, it's good idea, but you want to just see how the market looks like, how long this. But passion and drive. Today, the kind of infrastructure they built. I think these are the 2 things which are very, very important.
So as Sridhar mentioned that one needs to have passion and drive in order to, build something which he really wants to since the start, whenever he has actually visualized what he wants to do. So I would just want to add that in my life, I have always believed that there is something called PPC. and which is passion, perseverance, and commitment. And that PPC, in whichever work, if you apply, it leads you to a pot of gold. So I think with this, we have come to the end of the talk show. And this presence of Sridhar's at our campus today has made the Global Impact Summit, really more successful, I would say. So audience, please give a big round of applause.
Thank you, sir, for the very insightful session and the interview. It certainly is a truth that urbanization is a huge challenge for mankind today. We are very impressed by the idea of smart roads and crime-free city. A huge round of applause to Mr. Sridhar Gandhi and Mr. Chahat Mishra, sir. Now I request the Chancellor of Woxsen University to felicitate Mr. Sridhar Gandhi, founder of Quantella.
Sridhar, thank you so much for impactful speech. I just want to pick one of the rapid fire question you posed to Sridhar. I will reveal his secret today. You asked him what is something you like to do in 24 hours. He said fitness, right? Would you believe he's 52 years old? So sorry, Sridhar. I had to reveal this. He is the quite inspiration to the entire friends group, the kind of fitness he maintains and so on. And well done, Sridhar, on that. Thank you so much for your time today. We truly appreciate that. Cheers.
Moving on, we now live in a global village and we are one single family. It is our responsibility to bring friendship and love from all different places around the world and to live together with thought and intellect. But before we move on to the next roundtable discussion, we would like to introduce to the audience the members of the panel. The moderator for the second roundtable discussion for today is the Vice President of Woxsen University, Dr. Raul Rodriguez. Dr. Raul holds a PhD in Artificial Intelligence and Robotics Process Automation Applications in Human Resources. He is a nominee for Forbes 30 Under 30 Europe list and an awardee in Europe India 40 Under 40 leaders. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. Next, we have Ms. Tanya Bajaj. She is the Director of Client Relations at ETS India. She is a marketing and business development professional with 11 years of industry experience with the ability to drive business through expansion. Honored to have you at this August event, ma'am. Coming up next, we have Dr. Bruno Rocha Fernandez. He is a professor, consultant, and manager with over 20 years of experience in the field of strategy and people management. He is currently the Dean of Pontifical University Business School and also an associate professor at Fundação Dom Cabral in Brazil. A pleasure to have you join us, sir. Next, we have Ms. Jennifer Hussain. She is an assistant director at the Center for International Affairs and Cooperation at the United International University. She is also an adjunct faculty at UIU. Delighted to have you on the panel, ma'am. I would like to welcome Mr. Nishit Jain. Mr. Nishit is a senior advisory for EFMD Asia. He has currently been involved in business development activities for several outfits with the organization EduTotal that he spearheads. Honored to have you on this event, sir. Now, we have Mr. Rohan Shah, who is the founder and CEO of Classavo and has got into the Forbes 30 under 30 entrepreneurs. He believes that students across the world deserve better and fixing education must mean more than just platitudes. He is an alumnus at the University of Buffalo. To have you on board, sir. Next, we have Mr. Frank Hoffman, who is the Associate Dean of HHL Leipzig Graduate School of Management and the Director of International Relations. Before joining HHL in 1995, he was a Chief Financial Officer, Head of Corporate Development, and a member of Supervisory Board at the Leipzig Trade Fair. Mr. Hoffman is responsible for HHL's international strategy. In addition, HHL organizes short programs for international executive students, and Mr. Hoffman contributes as the academic director at the Euro MBA program. We welcome you all to this very interesting session on 2030, the way forward for internationalization in higher education. Now, I request Dr. Roll to please take over.
All right. Am I audible? To all of you? Great. Now, let us give a disclaimer before we start, because we are many of us here. It's not going to be a cakewalk panel. Neither I'm going to ask questions to make you feel good about yourselves. Neither to ask questions which you can easily pop answers to. I know I have sent you questions well in advance. I may not follow them also. So keep it in mind. Having said that, I would like you to really discuss where internationalization is heading next. Because the topic, as you can see it on the screen, is talking about 2030. That means approximately 7.5 years from today. Frank is by far the most experienced in internationalization here. Of course, we are all envious of him. 1992, I think you joined HHL? 95, so around 27 years type. So it's been a while. So internationalization has changed quite a while since then. But let us start with the first question, which I will start with Frank himself. How do you see internationalization going forward in the next 7.5 years, considering that hybrid models are there? COVID has changed things quite a bit. Could you elaborate a bit on that? How is HHL approaching it?
Yes. We live in a globalized world. This means first we have to see the demand of the companies, our final customers. And we have multinational companies operating worldwide with stuff also coming from all over the world. What means we as universities have to see that one of the core competences of our students must be let's say, multicultural competences of students, soft skills. What you can teach, but it is a little bit difficult, of course. Students should speak several languages, and as a university, you should also have a very diverse student body. You should have a diverse faculty. And to reach this, we moved away and switched all our instruction to English. We have one course in German, this is German for foreigners. And that makes it much easier to attract international students, to attract international faculty. And you must be known worldwide. And to be known worldwide, try to get into the rankings. This is what future students are reading. Try to have at least one recognized international accreditation. As a business school, you may choose ASCSB or EQUIS. Of course, you can have two, but in this case, always consider this costs a lot, and the more accreditation you have, the more standards you must follow. I think this is one point. The second trend is that some persons in European countries at least are not agree to globalization. We have in Germany, they went to the streets, we do not need any foreigners. We are the people. We have the same in France. And these are okay, some coming from the far right spectrum, but on the other hand, more localization means the people who are going on the street because of environment protection. And this gives our companies also the duty to think about supply chain. It must not be that you import some vegetables from around the world. We have had COVID. We still have COVID. At the moment in Leipzig, we teach in a hybrid mode. What means we must have a minimum distance of 1.5 meters. Our largest classroom is designed for 200 people, and at the moment we allow in this classroom around 50. And the rest is sitting at home at the computer. We had a lot of difficulties with semester abroad of our students. Some countries were totally blocked, some are still blocked now. If you see what happens in Shanghai at the moment, nobody may enter Shanghai. We have opened again our exchange, but I will tell it later in the next session. We limit our exchange, but this worldwide and this also from the beginning. 2 students per university at the same time. This is to have more diversity on campus. You have the chance to pool your resources with partner universities. This is a little bit difficult with us because we have a chair system and each chair is his own kingdom. And you have freedom of teaching and research. I do not know if you know ICCR for all the Indian students here. That's the Indian Center of Cultural Relations. That is an organization of the Indian Ministry of External Relations. And they are sponsoring professorships outside. And we have had in the past from our partner universities, the IIMs in Bangalore and Calcutta and the MDI in Gurgaon, 4 of these professors. At the moment, it's not longer for us because they have changed the strategy and promote only stay abroad for Hindi and languages. But they came then and have asked me, I need a detailed syllabus for our professor abroad. I told them that's impossible. We can give only the direction what the professor should teach. We cannot give them the detailed questions what he should ask the students. And that was also a learning process for your Ministry of External Relations and shows that we have different teaching philosophies. Them to do that cannot be done by the universities, that must be done by the governments. We have a good example in Europe, that is the Bologna process. Now we have managed to have a structure, an academic structure into bachelor-master degree with a unique credit system, ECTS, European Credit Transfer System, that shows how much hours a credit is worth. We had a trial and error system within the EU with the ECTS grading. And finally, I think now we have the right solution with a grade distribution table. Each student gets a diploma supplement in the end of his studies, and there's also in part of it to show the grade distribution within the institution, because we have a lot of, let's say, different grading philosophies, not even within the EU, also within the country, and also within universities. And to avoid this, the exams office should then provide the student with such a supplement. But in all, I think the pandemic situation gave us a chance for innovation also of our teaching. We had to switch from presence teaching to online teaching within 1 week. And it was a huge investment, it was a learning process for all of us and also for the students. Students came then, wrote an email, we want to have our money back. You have promised us professors and not a computer. There's something true on it, because from MBA, this is also personal contacts between the students and not between student-computer student or student-computer teacher. But I think now we have implemented it and could use our computers in the future also for teaching in addition to personal contacts. So far my first statement.
So far your contribution, all right. Just linking it back, and now I'm going to get hold of you as well as Bruno. HHL is an ASCSB accredited BS school. Now, I'm sorry to the others. This is going to be very management education oriented, unfortunately. But let's try to make it a bit interdisciplinary for the time being. just to make them feel good about themselves, nothing else. We know anyways our staff. HUCL is ACSB accredited. You are recently ACSB accredited. He's the bad guy. He's the one who will come to hammer all of us, including ourselves, by the way. So if you have to inculcate international learning in the curriculum, yeah, students change, faculties change, that's all right. That's all general trending for the last 30 years. But what do you do to involve internationalization, which is one of the pillars in EFMD and EQUIS, as well as quite important in ACSB, though not as highlighted? How do you involve this within the curriculum? That means in the delivery, how do you give exposure to the students, apart from exchange, in the delivery or subjects? So if Nishit can kickstart and then Bruno can kick in.
So thank you. Firstly, I would say that let's understand why do we really need the international? You know, especially in a country as diverse as India, we are often challenged by the fact we speak 35 plus different languages, more than 30 states. And Europe, everything is so close, and therefore just travel for 1 hour and you're in another country. Here we've traveled from hotel to school and we still in the same city, forget countries. So why we need international? Any guesses? You know, in academic terms, I would say, we always say publish or perish, right? When it comes to institutions, you go international or you don't exist. And I'll tell you why. The global consumers are the ones which are deciding all of this. Today, you are a consumer and a multinational corporation is giving you the solution, like what Sridhar said. He's giving you a solution. So why would you want to buy it from a graduate who does not even know how to create those globally oriented products? The competition is no longer local. You have to have a global mindset. Just to answer the fact that how do we bring that into the system, you have to have a global mindset. Your brain has to be like a Google. You can't say that I am from Hyderabad or I'm from India and therefore I know India, how India operates, despite knowing everything is good, because the foreign forces with the globalization, are invading and they're cross, mobilization. Look at pandemic, it's an excellent example to show you. Look at the war in Ukraine, Russia. We are no way connected, but we are all connected. So to understand all of these challenges, I think we need to have a global mindset and recognize each other, know each other's culture, and to start small. Like I said yesterday, the smallest you could do is just organize an international day, which has, 10 international cuisines. Food connects very well, you know. And if you have 10 dishes from 10 countries, people talk about that, and that starts to imbibe you and help you learn. I don't know how many of students in here even know what a tapas would look like, or what does it taste, or what does it mean, or, you're Spanish, so that's why I'm just bouncing it up somewhat. So you could start. That's just an example.
One little secret before I move to Bruno, which Nishit has not disclosed. May I? He's actually he's actually not a pure management guy. He actually did his main graduation, correct? From an IFT in fashion. So he's actually a fashion guy. You may think he's management. He's transformed into management, but he's actually a fashion guy. In fact, yesterday you were interacting with fashion students, correct? So just to build that rapport into interdisciplinary, which is linked back to internationalization. Bruno, yesterday you were explaining about the Brazilian educational context and where your institution plays a key role. You just got, you can hear me, right? You just got ACSB accreditation. Anyway, you just got ACSB accreditation, which means you could have been quite used to building some international hemisphere into the picture, linked to employment and other parameters. So how do you link back his answer with your context? You can take my mic.
I think is it working? Not so good? Yeah? And is it, now it's good? Okay. Okay, thank you for your question. How actually you're not making our lives easier here because you sent us a couple of questions before and now you're doing another one different from the one you have prepared to answer, but no problem. Yes, in Brazil, we have a quite big difficulty that I think it's also presented here in India, that, you know, we are a kind of huge country, you are, at least us, we are in a kind of corner of the world, we speak a language that nobody else speaks, Portuguese, so we are a kind of very introverted country, very introverted economy. So we do not have any kind of, we have, you know, lots of natural resource, so you do not have any kind of natural motivation to go international. But as Nishi has mentioned, it's a must. We need to go international to be a relevant country, to be relevant ourselves. So that's a kind of idea, mission that we as a university, we decide to take. We have to promote, we have to motivate our students to go international, for them to be international themselves. So this is the idea that lays behind our decision. And once we started to do that kind of movement, we went abroad, we went to visit some universities abroad, and of course we started with American universities, and all of them, they used to say, oh, you're a nice guy, really appreciate your university, but you know, you need to be AACSB accredited, okay? So you knock on another door and you have the same answers. So we decided, yes, we need to have that sort of AACSB accreditation. So that's when we started to move forward. It's a long process. We've been here. We first entered as a member in 2011, and in 2015 we decided to apply for eligibility, and we've been in the process for roughly 6 years, so it's a very high standard for us. It's very hard for us to accomplish. We are also a member of EFMD. Of course, we didn't decide. I think that you are quite audacious here at Woxsen, because you decided to have both at the same time, but we first decided to have the ACSB, and then we are going to move forward EFMD. But you know, we think that we first need to understand what is an accreditation process before we try another accreditation. So, briefly speaking, that's how we have managed to do that.
All right, jolly well. I'm going to move to a bit of a different segment. Rohan and Tanya, both of them. Both of you guys come somewhere directly or indirectly from the digital environment across. So ETS, in brief, though I'm not ETS employee, so I may not be completely well versed with all the services, but two key areas which I have identified. One is assessments, and the other is research / other services. On the Classavo's front, is on a purely e-learning platform, which may be expanding, of course, to other areas in due course of time. So both of you have to operate softwares and learning digitalization platforms, basically. So digitalization is the key area here of discussion. Now, if you link back digitalization with internationalization, how is Classavo and ETS from two different spheres? ETS, by the way, all of you who don't know, you will probably not know ETS if you have not seen it. You can see the logo here. You might have heard about the English assessment called TOEFL for the US, isn't it? Worldwide, but mainly US. Okay, so TOEFL is there. There are two main ones, IELTS and TOEFL. There are others, Cambridge and so on, but TOEFL, you know. So this lady here and the gentleman and ladies which are working with her are guilty as charged for that, and other assessments also. So how do you both bring this about? Because you have to bring it about. You have no choice. Just like we have no choice to bring internationalization in the picture. That's why you are all here. How do you bring this about in your companies and your services? Rohan can start, then you can follow.
Sure, I can go first. What I'm realizing is this roundtable is really all about the students here. Is that right? How many students do we have? How many of you guys are students here? Majority of them, right? I think the question is really simple, and the answer to that is, it is what consumers want. How many of you guys here want to go immerse yourself in a different culture? Okay, still a majority. How many of you guys want to learn a different language, make friends from different parts of the world? Well, that's exactly the answer. How do we bring internationalization into our solution? I really like what Sree there said, earlier before the keynote. It's outcome-based, right? If the outcome is that's sort of the experience that you want, that's sort of the solution that we need to build. And it's not just the right thing to do, it's what you guys want. And it's where the world is moving towards. It's become so much easier to democratize access to resources throughout the world than has ever been before. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, you would have to go through a lot of friction. You have to have enough funding to go abroad, you have to get the right scores, TOEFL scores, right? The university needs to accept you, just so that you can access the talent pool or the student population in whichever part of the world you're going. Well, there's no longer the case as much. At a record speed, you can communicate with professors from esteemed universities, take courses from them, and even communicate with student population without having to go to major friction overhaul to really get a value out of it. So I think the overall value proposition for students has just become so much easier, and it's a great place and a great world to live in right now. So I urge all of you students to take as much as benefit out of these programs. And I just really think that internationalization has become like another sort of a feature, if I may, that one has to provide.
Am I audible? Am I audible? Right. So just to add to your point here, precisely this is something that ETS is doing as well. Just if I give you a brief example of what we've done in the past, just 2 years with COVID coming in, we were the first assessment to have moved entirely to a digital format. Basically, again, giving all the students across the world the opportunity to test and not be, not have their admission processes delayed because of, whatever cutbacks and hurdles that students may have had. That said, we are also looking to collaborate in terms of research-backed assessments, and to be able to bring a standardized space where all students can compete and their skills measured on a global level.
Have any of the panelists here heard about something called COIL, Collaborative Online International Learning, introduced by ACSB a couple of years back due to the pandemic? So, just to mention it, since Jennifer is here, I think last year, we did a collaboration with your university, where one of your faculty delivered here. From our side, Dr. Nagaraj from research delivered to your students in the field of analytics. Then, both the student groups also worked in joint projects. And that has evolved, of course. That was the first tryout for us, because COIL was not easy, and this is linked back to the digitalization sphere. Do you think, coming from your university and from a global perspective, which affects all of us, is it possible to do exercises like COIL without digitalization, without having Zoom or Microsoft Teams? Can I bring some 14 Indian students to Bangladesh every week, and vice versa? Is it financially and logistically viable, or do we need to imbibe digitalization and we have no choice?
Thank you very much. It's a wonderful question. I think it's not feasible because we are from a poor country and our students do have their budget. So they would not be going for so frequent exchange, collaboration, work, practices, but as like exchange programs. So in that way, as we want this collaborative learning system in a regular basis, that's why we must require the digital technology with us. So that's how like student can, learn in the synchronized or asynchronized mode. So not only they have to perform or interact at the same time the faculty member is delivering or assigning them some work, they can contribute any time from anywhere from the world. So I think digital technology advancement is mandatory for our countries. Maybe some other countries like neighboring countries in Europe, Australia or USA, for them it would be very much convenient, but not for us. But it would be great if they can have like face-to-face, have, for example, you are talking about industry-academia collaboration in international context as well. So if they can go to Bangladesh, for example, Bangladesh is very good for textile. They can work there a few weeks and have the actual experience. That would be great, but still with a blended learning mode, we can definitely keep continuing this kind of collaboration, and yes.
Okay. All right. Let me play a bit of a brain exercise here, and let's see how that turns out. You have HHL, UIU, EFMD. Remember, he's the bad guy, but nevertheless, he's here. So I have to introduce him a little bit. ETS, Classavo, and PUCP. So let us understand this. You have all the class of multiple students here. There's a mix of different schools in this setup right now. I can tell you by sheer observation of looking at them, I know not even 2% of them have actually applied for a physical exchange program. Though we are launching call for nominations for exchange program across the world. In fact, yesterday came from Brazil, one of them. People don't apply. Number one, parents don't let them travel because 6 months, what will happen to my daughter or son? Actually, nothing will happen, but they think that. Number two, money. They have a problem. Though there are no tuition fees, so only flights and logistics. So we normally, because of pandemic, have given the option of online exchange, which is pretty pathetic. They cannot be exchanged online other than attending classes, because you're not going to feel the food, you will not feel the culture, you will probably not learn the language. Yes, you will get a certificate, very nice looking certificate, that you have done something, but have you actually done something? So in this exercise, how do you think, and this will go to all, so any of you can answer, how do you think that platforms like Classavo or ETS, that will come more from a very digital-friendly space, can help universities which are well settled, like Bruno's or Frank's, or even UIU for that matter. And in the picture, obviously, in any movie, good movie, there will be a villain. That will be the accreditation body. How do you think accreditation bodies like EFMD that are there to ensure the quality process? So we will do an exercise where the digital space merges with the physical infrastructure of universities while ensuring quality protocols of different accreditations or compliances. How do you think this can be executed? Because it's very clear that in the next 7 years, remember 2030 vision, in the next 7 years, we are not going to be able to escape digital environments, that is for sure. In fact, we have to involve platforms like Classavo or Coursera and ETS in the picture while maintaining digital exchange programs. There is no choice. People are not going to travel just like that. It will not happen. So how do you think all of this exercise can match, in this case, your expectations as a representative of EFMD, and how do you think you can execute it at the ground level activity?
Sure, I can start. I hear that it must be the case, or it must happen this way, but it's really, it's a privilege. Basically, I want to ask the students again the question. If you had the opportunity to spend time with your friends that you've built over the course of years, and also take a class from an esteemed professor that could give you a different perspective throughout the world, would you want to take it? If yes, then raise your hands. Just 1, 2, 3, 4? All right, so a lot of hands now. In a way, this is also kind of a stretching exercise, right? Overall, I think it's phenomenal. I don't think the online or digital learning is there to replace the physical aspect of learning, right? Because there's definitely, undoubtedly, too many benefits that come from you guys coming to single space, right? Learning. So it's not there to replace entirely the online programs or the online exchange. I think it's a phenomenal idea, because now Woxsen University students can actually hear from the world's leaders, yet still build that camaraderie between the friends that they've been building on the campus, right? And similar to other students across the world, they can take perspective from Woxsen faculty, where they can give perspective from, let's say, Bangladesh, where they're really high in textiles, which is so far ahead than somewhere maybe in Bermuda, for example. So I think this exchange of information, it's really simple at the end of the day. It's an exchange of information from different backgrounds that's become a lot easier and possible because of technology. Again, technology is not a replacement, but it's an aid. So it will never replace fully. I know it sounds really cool. No more universities. You can sit in your bed and watch the lecture. But how many of you guys are bored of that? So you guys like it? Okay, so that's also another what consumers want. They want the ability to sit in their bed and watch the lectures, but also, how many of you guys like coming to campus and hanging out with your friends? A lot of you. So I think we're going to see more and more of, mashing up together the collaboration, but it's an amazing thing because previously you would have to go through so many hurdles just to get that exposure.
One thing, now I can see Dheeraj and Bhuvan. Can you stand up, please? Thanks, I appreciate it. You see, these two gentlemen are BBA students. When I was talking about digital exchange program, these are guilty as charged, both of them. They did exchange program with Gusung University, whose representative was here yesterday. Now, you are going to Frankfurt, isn't it? I think next month or so. Frankfurt School of Economics, isn't it? Finance and Management. All right, so one of the top ones in Europe. Now, what do you prefer? Should I cancel your trip and do it online instead of going to Germany? Why do you want to go to Germany? Does it really matter? Anyways, Europe is ugly, isn't it?
Multicultural, broadening perspectives, understood, but you did your exchange program with Gusung online for about 3 months, right? Did you learn anything? Other than classroom delivery, obviously. Did you eat South Korean food? Did you enjoy the culture? Did you mingle around? Did you go around Seoul? No. Then?
When you took that online classes exchange program, did that enable you to want to travel there? Right? So do you think it could be a gateway, an enabler for you to expose yourself? Well, previously you wouldn't have, like what Dr. Rodriguez mentioned, the funding is an issue. The parents are saying, no, you can't travel. You're going to get kidnapped, right? And so taking those online classes, you realize, man, this is this is pathetic. I actually want to go and taste all those things there, but did that actually bring that information to you in a faster manner?
Let me add, they had the chance to go, but they didn't go. So, it was a choice. See, if you think something is going to happen to you abroad, please understand, I was an exchange student once, and you know to which country I went? If you really think that coming from Spain, a so-called developed country, people are very happy that I'll come to India. India is not India today. India like many years back. You think it was very well looked upon by family members? Many of them don't even know where India was in the first place. So you have the opportunity, and this is just to break your entire argument a little bit. You have the perspective here. If you have the chance to go physical, you should embrace it. At the same time, doing a hybrid mode is also not discouraged. It could be helpful because of what he mentioned. You have the opportunity to attend different deliveries or content from across the world without traveling all the time. You can sit down. Thanks for the intervention. Jennifer, you have something, right?
So, fine, thank you. So, I wanted to add something with this, as Raul was saying about cultural exchange and knowing other culture and cross-cultural communication. So in my case, I have seen once like FPT University Vietnam, they organize some remote internship program where the students have to participate more, like students from different countries. So they become so familiar with the Vietnamese culture, Japanese culture, Korean, who participated. If we let them work, like not just lecture, but have to work like some case studies, some work, presentation, then they become a little bit adjusted with different cultures. And as you mentioned about the face-to-face exchanges, in my life, I had a lot of exchanges. I joined student international platform ISEC, and through ISEC, my first job was in India, but that was an internship, but that was full-time job. So now I speak Hindi a little bit, and people ask me, how could you learn that? And also I was exchanged to Malaysia twice. And when I was a student, international student at the University of Malaysia, then I again went for study abroad program to Australia at the University of Technology, Sydney. So that's how I agree with the point. You cannot have the same learning. If you do it virtually or blended learning, you must go physically, have the experience. Yeah, thank you very much.
So I think it's the turn for the bad guys to come and rescue. So I would say, EFMD is an organization which is, if I draw a context, when you started to grow up, some of you may have realized that you don't want to go to the school. Did anybody feel it that? Or any raise of hands? So some people didn't want to go to the school, right? Parents came and they said you have to go to the school. You know why? Because you were pushed to the uneasy. It was to break the status quo because they wanted you to learn. Unfortunately, including my parents and many parents out there, they have come from the old school of thought. And you need to help them understand. So, who's the real bad guy in this place? It's Woxsen. And I'll tell you why. Because Woxsen is talking to the consumer, but is not the enabler. So, parents need to be on board and helping them understand what is the value of internationalization. A lot of people do not get that by birth. That's one. Two, let's put finance aside. It is always not, learning should not be always equalized to finance. There could be creative ways, and that's which calls for innovation. Who's the bad guy? Woxsen. Why? Because I told you in my initial context, EFMD is looking for a global mindset, not white, not passport counting. We want you we want the graduates of Woxsen to be enabled for the future, to be worldly wise. Wise is the word. And how do you do that? You could do that in multiple ways. Pick a language, being in Woxsen. You could have International Day, as I said. You could have international curriculum. Send your faculty abroad, work with great people, which you already do, but does it translate into the classroom? Is there a process? Did you analyze that? Are they talking about only the Harvard Business Reviews, or are they talking about Tata's going to probably Latin America and failing and bringing that case study into the classroom, because students need to relate? So you need to build local context. You need to bring local flavors. Did anybody talk about the Indian food? How acceptable is it in countries like Korea? We always talk about the Anglo-Saxon world, which is the US, UK. Oh, we have the tikkas and we have the chapatis out there in US and UKs and Australias. How about a country like Peru? What do students know about this, about the Indian culture in Peru? What did Woxsen do in that space? I don't think so. So there's a lot which could be done on both sides, and hopefully the bad guy will help all of us become good guys, because the intentions, EFMD sees you as family, a family which we want to build, and a global community, and we want you to rise, we want you to raise the bar. If you would have already done all of this, I would have come with more, so I can tell you.
Can we agree that we are both bad guys in the same mission? Okay. Frank?
Only one comment on online exchange program versus physical exchange program. We had not good experience with it, for our outgoing students. On the one hand, from the content of the exchange program, and let's say not direct online, at the same time, synchron online exchange. In case you have not this, in case it's asynchron, you will be in consumer only. You cannot discuss. And the second thing where we had not the best experience is the time difference. Japan was closed, Korea was closed, China was closed, and they all have partly offered online exchanges, and one of our students gave up with 9 hours time difference. That was impossible. So think about it. I strongly would encourage you to go on exchange and not to go to your computer.
I would like to do 3 points on this issue. First of all, it's, the exchange is the first option, no doubt about it, because we talk a lot about diversity, and I think there is no better way to learn about diversity than going abroad to see different people, different cultures. Maybe we have some kind of stereotypes, oh, Chinese people is this way, Brazilian people is that way, but once you go there and you live and see that they are, in the end, they are people, they have their differences, you learn to admire that kind of difference. So it's a very, very rich experience. So definitely is the first option.
we can think so the second point is, yes, but maybe the technology is going to be a kind of substitute for this kind of experience. I really doubt, but maybe it's going to enhance. So as we have this kind of, I don't know, avatar, this kind of immersive learning environment, yes, it's going to increase, definitely it will, but I doubt if it's going to substitute the real exchange experience. But there is an issue here, because it's not only about technology per se, it's also about learning methodology that the faculty member is going to use. Because, for instance, you can talk about, okay, online delivery, synchronous or asynchronous. Yes, but if you are just lecturing, it's going to be very boring. You have resource to split the students into groups. They can interact to themselves. They can present seminars. The teacher, the faculty can enhance so much the students' experience, including making them interact among themselves. So it's going to be a kind of diversity or experimental, it's going to be an experience on diversity and on internationalization. And the third issue that I think is very important is not always possible for you to send all of your students abroad. So try to create a very nice environment for foreign students to come to your institution, because you create here a very intercultural experience. So it's a very interesting issue for the university. And you don't need to bring the whole world. If you bring a significant number of students, then you can create an international experience here, and then you can provide your students this kind of internationalization experience that we are referring to here.
I'm like super fired and charged now. I think Mr. Jain just opened the Pandora's box. The idea is, the experience for, again, I'll talk to the students again. The idea is not that you want to go to as many countries or as many things as possible. If you can, awesome. But let's say all of you guys got accepted in American institutions. The problem is now you have political issues. How many of you will give out visas? That's another issue. So what? You don't get to go there? So does that mean that your development is stopped? No, right? So coming back to having a global mindset, having ability to build that ecosystem within your campus, between your cohorts, to a degree where you're actually attracting other people to come here. What U.S. and American institutions greatly are privileged is that people go there, and they go there for multitudes of reasons, not just academia, and why they became a central hub. So American students themselves benefited from other people coming there and asking questions, right? So is it because the American people went elsewhere and they got really smart? No. So the technology gives you that, and that's why I'm super excited. It's not to replace any of the learning things. It gives you the power to access things that previously you couldn't before. And that's really all that's just for. Then what do you do with that? You have a global mindset. You talk to other people. Now you have a friend in France. You can talk. Yeah, you may not have been to France. You may not have tasted the macaroons, but soon enough in the future, you feel a lot more comfortable to go there. You have an avenue to go there. But more importantly, you ask the right questions among yourself, people across the world. You will start cultivating an innovative environment on campus, wherever you are, that will propel you way ahead in the future. And either it's jobs, it's placements, you don't have to go to France to speak French. Is that correct? Right? You don't have to go to France to speak French. It'd be nice to go to France and learn about this, but maybe in the future you might get an opportunity to go if you can't go right now. But that shouldn't stop you from learning French, right? Because if you learn French now, your more probability of you going to France is a lot higher. And you communicating with other folks is a lot higher. So I think in this way, kind of technology can bring about a cohesion, but not a replacement.
All right. Well, they should not learn French. They should learn Spanish instead. But thanks for that. I respect your opinion. So since we are a bit of short of time, let me just do a quick sum up on the panel, and if there are any closing remarks from your end, you may convey that. Firstly, there has to be a merger between digitalization as well as in-person internationalization. So that merger has to happen. How it has to happen, or what is the modus operandi, you should tell us in due course of time. Point number 2 is, I'm sure that the university system or higher education, along with startups or already settled organizations like Classavo, can really partner together, build a collaboration, and bring it about in order to bring the value in the picture. I think that will be a good approach, even with ETS as well, which we are anyways trying to build that rapport in the larger spectrum. Number 3, and I think this is the most important remark, is we are both bad guys. EFMD a bit more than me, of course, but nevertheless, this is a very critical output of this panel that we have obtained. But jokes aside, on a personal experience, which I think even Bruno and Frank, who have already experienced the process too, accreditations have really helped us in terms of understanding our weaknesses and overcoming them through a certain step-by-step process, which otherwise doesn't come. So having that audit is quite required. That does not mean that you're not a bad guy. Please, that does not take out of context. That is still there. So I think with this, unless and until there is some closing remarks from any of the panel members or the audience. Yeah.
I just want to leave you with one thing. You have your life in your hand. And internationalization is not a choice. Schools can do only 10% of that. 90% onus lies on you. So you have to find creative ways of how you can get that 90% international mindset by reading, talking, traveling. There could be hundreds of things that you could do. And schools can only bring in 10% of that. So take control of your life. Thank you.
And before we go for the group photo, for those of you who want to an exchange program, when I first came to this country through a very good German airline, I'm giving praises to Germany now, please note that, Lufthansa, traveling from Spain. The first time I landed in Bombay, it was 85% humidity and 45 degrees. So if I could make it, I'm sure you can make it as well. So with this, we'll close the panel here. Thank you so much for the contributions, and we look forward to the next session. Thank you.
On behalf of the audience, we thank you for a very interesting and an interesting session on internationalization. As mentioned by the panel members, internationalization is truly the way forward, and it is not a choice. A huge round of applause for the panel members. Well, now we'll be moving for the lunch. I request the guests to please proceed to the admin area for boarding the vehicles for lunch. We will be meeting again at 2:15 p.m.
Students standing at the back, could you please have a seat? Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to the post-lunch session of GIS 2022. We now move on with the Trade Tower pitching of ideas. Woxsen Trade Tower has been established with a vision to create a sustainable ecosystem for entrepreneurial growth. All students studying here have access to the Trade Tower. Depending on the strength of their business idea and the scope of scalability, Trade Tower team analyzes the sustainability of the pitch. Woxsen University has collaborated with HHL Leipzig Graduate School of Management, Germany, to establish their Center of Excellence in the area of entrepreneurship and business development. HHL Leipzig Graduate School of Management holds FT Global Rank 24 and ranks 5th in FT ranking of European business schools. It is Germany's first business school to be accredited with the renowned AACSB. This will be spearheaded by Woxsen University's Incubation Center Trade Tower, along with eminent scholars and industry practitioners. We will now move on to the pitching of ideas selected by the incubator and the Center of Excellence. The first team coming onto the dais is Maya Cares. Maya Cares is providing a platform where nurses and unemployed workers get trained into more skilled and be professional workers who will therefore be employed with the app, which will build a bridge between the caregivers and care receivers. Could you please have the founders of Maya Cares onto the dais? Thank you. Also, each team will have 10 minutes to present, and post which we have a Q&A session.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Maya Cares. So, about our idea. So, we're basically a platform that provides caregiving services. So when I say caregiving services, I'm talking about babysitting, I'm talking about caring for the elderly, everything from nursing to taking care of your household needs. So we're going to appoint experienced caretakers that include nurses, nannies. So we're going to appoint them and bring our customers the best experience in terms of care services.
So where this idea, the purpose and objective. So our purpose is that we want to bridge the gap between the caregivers and the care receivers. And that is like the main objective of Maya Cares. And coming to the, we want to become the hotspot for all the caregiving services. So where it all began? So I got a call from US from my aunt, and I was asking about my nephew. She was said that he was playing with his nanny. I was like, you both are working parents and work from home, so why are you giving your child to a nanny? Like, why can't you take care? So she said it's very difficult for working parents to take care of balance work as well as parenting. So we definitely need a nanny. So I was a bit curious and I asked her, how did she get a nanny? Like, did she go on a website or how was it? So she said that one of her family friends suggested a website where she can book nannies. So I was thinking, in this fast and moving world, everything we can book instantly. Like if you want to book food, there's Swiggy. If you want to book a cab, there's Ola and Uber. And if you want to book even salon services or the home services, you have Urban Company. So why isn't there an app where we can easily book a caregiver to our home and give services? So the first step we thought was to take a survey to all the nurses, asking them if it's really beneficial for them if we actually provide this platform for them. And in the survey, we have got the result that it will be very beneficial because they'll get extra income and also they can enhance their career forward. And then we came to Woxsen University, and Trade Tower gave us a very amazing opportunity to refine and shape our idea even further. It had helped us to even think in more detail about how we can go forward with the idea and how we can move ahead, and what else can we do to cover up all the loopholes. And then in February 2022, the rise of the Maya Cares, where we established and we have moving on with the idea.
Hello everyone. So we did a research and we found out that 6 out of 10 nannies and nurses are not trained, and out of them, and also 8 out of 10 are work on their time convenience. So, but when they work with Maya Cares, what happens is they will be trained, and they will work according to the customer's time convenience.
So we actually found a loophole. Yes, we're giving caregiving services, but how do we gain the trust of our customers? That's a very important factor. Especially in countries like India, values are a huge deal. So we thought, why don't we certify our workers, our employees, meaning our nurses and babysitters. So we want to, our first phase of our plan is to certify these workers, so to train them. From med schools, all these nurses, they learn courses that are in terms of the medical aspect. But when we interviewed the nurses, they told us that they don't teach us about the psychological effects, the traumas that they have to deal with, especially when nurses work in the special care field, where they have to go to the patient's home and work. There's a lot that goes on. So we want to also build upon that aspect so that they have a holistic understanding of what they're getting into. So this will be beneficial both for the nurses as well as our customers.
Okay. So this is our business model canvas for Maya Cares. Our main key partners will be hospitals, medical facilities, medical universities and colleges, and pharmacies. Our key activities will range from babysitting to medical care for the elderly, therapy treatment like emotionally and psychologically, and we'll have basic home economics and home management. Our key resources will be vehicles that will help us in transportation and medical supply logistics, and we'll have delivery providers. Our customer relationships will be both short and long term with our clients and customers. We will provide customer support, and we will also have social media and a web page. Our channels will have sales and marketing teams. We'll have word of mouth and social media to spread our name and goodwill. Our customer segment ranges from working class parents who have kids or like their own parents to who need like medical assistance, and we'll also have grandparents and senior citizens, and also we'll partner with hospitals. Our cost structure consists of delivery wares and expenses, administrative costs, maintenance costs, supplies, and employee wages. Our streams will consist of membership subscriptions. We'll have like bundles, offers, and discounts in our Maya Cares app. We'll be having our company. We'll have certified professional caretakers, and we'll have time and energy saving and location-based services, and we'll have a very integrated filter search system, so you can find the ideal caretaker for your situation. And we'll also have we'll basically make a bridge between caretakers and care receivers.
In India, like any organization or whatever places we go, word of mouth and goodwill is very important because people will always talk about their experience and how their overall gratitude of that place has been. Especially we Indians, we talk about how well the services they provide and how much cost they provide at. So coming to the key performance indicators, getting customers is important, and the quality of services we provide is also very important. Therefore, the customer acquisition is something that we should pay very keen interest to. And customer retention. We will get customers, they will leave, but maintaining the loyalty towards the organization is very important so that they'll come back again for our services and we establish the loyalty. This being at the infancy stage, we are throwing various rings out there on the ground. So we need to see which opportunities are beneficial to us and which areas we should let go so that our funds are not wasted and we don't come back to a certain position where we need to compromise on our funds. The cycle The first cycle will be training the nurses for a certain period of time through platforms like Medversity. We need to establish a good quality services with collaborating with good universities and organizations. Second cycle will be partnering with nursing universities and offering them job at MyoCares. The third part will be reaching to more customers through social media, that is through website and our app. Practical exposure through promising demographical needs. For example, if I need a nurse in Mumbai and there are 2 nurses available in Mumbai and Hyderabad, so the best approach should be Mumbai because Hyderabad is obviously far away from Mumbai and we need 24/7 and immediate care. Allocating nurses based on customized requirements like cancer patients, depressed, people who are having depression. So we need specified nurses for specified reasons as well.
I'm Nakshatra Reddy, founder and CEO.
I'm Ananya, co-founder and CMO.
I'm Aryan Jain, co-founder and COO.
My name is Kiriti Narala and I'm an intern.
My name is Aishani and I'm an intern.
And we are the team of MyoCares. Thank you.
Thank you, Team MyoCares, for the lovely presentation. Now we move on to the Q&A session by the jury.
Okay. From me, a wonderful idea. One question. You have specified as fields of operations, medical care and therapeutic assistance. Are there any legal restrictions for this in India? Are there any legal restrictions to do this in India? What means, do you need a special certificate to do it? And you will provide it. Okay. Second question. What I have missed totally was the expected turnover per year. What means, do you have made a customer analysis? How many customers do you want to have? What do you want to pay your staff? And so on.
So during the month of May, June and July, we are planning to get 150 customers each day. That's our target. And after that, it will reduce to around 90-95 each day. Because during the month of May, June and July, many families go for vacations and they need people to take care of their grandparents.
Okay, last question. Your competitors, do you have some?
Yeah, so our competitors are, we think our competitors, so we think our competitors are Carelinks, and we also think our competitors can be urban company because they can join healthcare industry in a very short period of time because they have executives and established plans and templates. Yeah.
So yeah, so we think that urban company can be our main competitor because they're already established in the society and they have a name like they have a huge name and market outside. So if they like step into the healthcare services, then we might like a bit have a competition over there. So we try and like have to take a lead forward and try and market ourselves out in the society so that they say that Maya Cares is only for healthcare services and they trust more Maya Cares.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
How did you guys think that you went in the presentation? No, you guys did a fantastic job. I thought the pitch deck was really good and you guys presented it pretty well. I just have some suggestions for future, you know, when you do pitch your ideas and stuff, which I've noted down, and it's just, you know, good feedback. Because then sharks will, you know, actually give you money then. So I think one of the slide that is very important, I think you did a fantastic job doing the storytelling part, you know, what the problem is. But I think it's very important that you also show how big is the market, because the total addressable market, as somebody who's wanting to give you money to their investing, they want to know how big the market is. So that is one, you know, slide, very important that you guys showcase next time. That's incredible. You guys did some ground level market research. I thought that was good, that there is a need. The other aspect which not a lot of founders put it in their pitch deck because they all think it's green, you know, that their idea is going to change the world. But there should be a slide about risks. So, for example, it's great that you guys are going to provide certifications and stuff. But what about insurance? What happens if one of the nurses or nannies steal something from the house? So just a slide around the risk. But would love to know if you guys thought about it.
Well, yes, we did thought about it, like what if there's an emergency cases and like what if, like, you know, in India especially, if it's a girl who's going to someone's house, it can be like anyone who just can book a. So we thought of like we need to have this emergency buttons in their backpack so that if any emergency is there, they can just put an SOS. And also we were thinking that if the customers take this, they start booking the nurses services, so we'll be offering them a little like portable CCTV cameras to them, so to ensure that these nurses are doing what they have to do and they're leaving the house with completely with not any stealing or doing any such illegal activities.
But what if somebody steals something? Then what will you do?
So that's where CCTV cameras comes into play. So if they steal anything, then we'll catch hold of the person, and the parents can complain to us. There's a customer's complaint box. So we're gonna initiate that in the app. So if there's anything that they think is missing in the house and it might be one of our service, then we'll definitely catch hold of them and then, you know, revert back to the problem.
Sure. So yeah, a more deeper level of thinking as to how would you ensure that? How would you compensate the customers? Because risk is another big factor before you invest in it. The other one is that you guys articulated what you guys plan to do, but having a visual roadmap as to what stage you're in, where do you want to go, you know, what are your 5-year horizon, that will be also a great addition to the presentation. The business model canvas, I'm a big fan of it. It comes in various forms, but put it in the appendices section. So if somebody asks you the question, then only show it. Otherwise, it's just too much of information. You know, if somebody's looking at it, like a VC, it doesn't put a lot of attention on all the words. They get bored of it then. But I think one thing that was a great addition there was KPIs. So that is something that I rarely see in pitch decks. They say they're going to change the world, but they don't tell you how they're going to measure success. So the fact that you guys identified, but again, be quantitative. You've identified what are the KPIs, but be quantitative as to what goals are. But otherwise, I think you guys did a fantastic job.
Thank you so much.
I really appreciate your job as well. Fantastic. Well, great. I think that the idea is per se great. I also have some points here. Yes, I appreciate also the idea of to write in a journey of the customer and how you got to the idea. So
What is not clear for me, at first I thought it would be a kind of an app.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as you move on into your presentation, I saw that your business model is a bit more complex. Not only just an app, but you also have a partnership with hospitals, academia. So I got a little bit confused on what exactly are your, let's say, operational model, you know? Maybe you should refine it, I don't know. That's at least my impression from that first presentation. So this is the first comment. The second one, though the idea of the KPI is, yes, really great, when I look at it, I just saw a kind of marketing KPIs. I didn't saw KPIs for other dimension of the company. So I think you should improve it as well. And maybe it's quite related to my first question, because as the business model, or maybe even the operational model was not so clear, so maybe the KPIs were neither. So this is the second question. The third one, I would just compliment, I really appreciate Sree's ideas, but it's not just about how big is the market, but what's the growth of that market, you know? You have also to track it. And my last idea, I would like, it would be great if you could take a look at, there is a book that's called Reinventing Organizations, and from Frédéric Laloux. And there is one case that they presented there that's called Buurtzorg, a Netherlands company that's very interesting, with a very interesting business model, and it's quite related to the proposal that you are bringing here. So maybe it would be nice for you to read that, not read the whole book, but read specifically that case, and I think it's gonna bring you some inspiration. Okay? Would like to do some comments, sorry?
Yeah.
Would like to do some comments to my... Do you want to answer? Okay. I'm not adding value. Sorry. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. First of all, I would like to say wonderful presentation, nice work. So I have few questions as I want to go in the training and development part. So you said like your nurses will be trained up by Medversity.
Yes.
Medversity, right?
Yes, Medversity.
So I can see that it is online-based training, right? So my question to you, first one, how effective this kind of online training will be for them, because they need to practice it and also demonstrate in the practical field, number one.
Yes, ma'am, that's a good question. So Medversity is not actually only the nursing or the medical part of it. What Medversity is doing is, it's going to teach them like how to be confident, like other skills that the nurses need to have. So the psychological aspect, how to deal with trauma. So what we're going to do...
You mean the soft skills?
Yes, exactly, the soft skills. So they're going to get trained in terms of that, and then using that, we're going to make sure like we train them physically with in a practical way.
So what we were planning was that not only like they get like this only knowledge part, they have to do practical stuff. So we thought of partnering with orphanages, because orphanages know how to like deal with kids and grandparents. So we thought of every Saturday weekend plans, we're gonna schedule them in a way where they can go to the orphanages, get practical training from them, physical training about how to deal with small kids to the age of till 6-7 years, till senior citizens, and look how they're doing, because I feel like orphanages are the main and the very, it's a good place to start with, so that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I have one comment, not question. So through your presentation, I could understand that it was a smaller profit venture. So it's less risky, but you need a lot of research on it. And I think, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
It's a great initiative by students of Woxsen University. A huge round of applause for Maya Cares. Coming up, we have Transbid. It is an online bidding platform for exporters and transporters. To talk more about Transbid, we have the founder here. I would like the Transbid founder to come onto the dais. Yeah.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kashyap BK. I'm the founder and the CEO of the company named Transbid. So, Transbid is an online bidding platform for exporters and transporters, which helps transportation become easy and optimizes the cost and saves the time. These are the contents that we'll be presenting now. So, the main problem that we're focusing is on high transportation costs and weightage time in the logistics, and a lack of inventory information and lack of pricing data. The solution that we bought at Transbid is an online bidding platform which optimizes cost by providing automated quote given by the transporters for a particular consignment, and a management information system portal which gives accurate information of inventory levels like containers, etc., and pricing data information. Our vision at Transbid is to acquire 500 customers in the initial year and automate their own businesses and facilitate global trade. And our mission at Transbid is to optimize transportation costs and automate their businesses. Our target segments are merchants, exporters, or shippers, or trucking agencies. Coming to the competitive analysis, our competitors are Kale Logistics, Transbole, and there are a few others. But competitive advantage is that all the three portals are in the same platform, which any company does not provide that. And it is very simple and efficient. Quick way to get the best quotes, and optimization of cost is very easy in this. Coming to the business model canvas, our key partners would be shipping agencies, trucking companies, exporting companies, and software developers. And our key resources will be software developers, working place, and management information from inland container depots. Our cost structures are sales, commissions, and cost of employees. Our key activities would be reduce waiting time for logistics and cost optimization. Our value proposition is a bidding platform that provides automated quotes given by the exporters, or given by the shippers to the exporters. Our customer relations are personal assistance, automated services, and long-term services. Our revenue streams are commissions and subscriptions. Commissions is basically percentages of each transactions and for consignments. And subscription basis would be for the management information systems. And our customer segments are exporters, freight forwarders, trucking agencies, shippers. Our go-to-market strategy. As part of a go-to-market strategy, I prefer positioning and messaging as the most efficient way for the company to gain trust among the customers and start our operations very quick. And our alternative plan would be digital marketing, as it has the wider reach. Our revenue streams, as we saw in the business model canvas, revenue streams would be commissions and transactions, and subscriptions for management information systems. I'll brief you how to use the application. This is an application. So, shipper process. After registering, shipper can request his consignment, post his consignment, and request a bid. Thereafter, transporters will give a bit for the transportation on basis of the fuel consumption and the weightage of the consignment or the dimensions of the consignments. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Kashyap. And now the floor is open for judges' comments.
Yes, thank you. If only very few questions. Who owns the cars? Who owns the cars? Is this an investment made by you? Yes. How many money do you need for it?
It's still in ideation stage. I haven't invested a rupee in it yet. In no way nearly will be going to investor pitches and product development. The company is owned by me.
But then it is a high risk that you lose your money.
Yes, sir.
Okay, in case you're aware of this marketing plan, you discussed go-to-market. That's not clear enough. That you must a little bit explain.
Positioning and messaging. My main go-to-market plan is positioning and messaging. In that, we position potential customers accordingly, according to the company and strategies, and we get in touch with them in person, and we build conversation so that they gain trust in the company. As the whole idea works on information, and information of the companies will be delicate. So we have to gain trust. So that is the reason we choose positioning and messaging. We go in touch with companies, and thereafter we start our operations.
Okay, so it's personal marketing only, then I see also a risk for you, because they might have customers who are offering the same service as you. Your potential customers might have other companies who are your competitors and working together with them. And last question, which revenue do you expect per year?
Initial projections suggest 60 lakhs per year.
Okay.
Hey, you nervous? A little bit?
Yes.
A little bit. I'll share with you a trick that it's probably a bad example giving in a university, but have you seen the movie Wolf of Wall Street? Jordan Belfort, no? Okay. I attended, he came to Sydney and I, attended his, conference. He's like, Google him afterwards, but don't follow him. But this one that I'm telling you, the, tip that he gave the audience, he said that he also gets, nervous at times. But the trick that he uses is that he puts perfume. It gives him confidence then, for some weird reason. So find out if you ever are nervous, what gives you confidence, and just apply it. I think you did a good job. You don't need to be nervous about anything. But yeah, make that, hopefully that tip would work. What about your other team? Is this an idea that you worked on yourself or just yourself?
I did it myself.
Got it. And did you communicate this idea with any of your, because I noticed that the previous team, like they had a full-on team. This is your sole idea. Did you try to recruit other people, team members, to work on this idea with you?
I did initially, but there is a conflict of interest in between teammates, and the teammate is not responding properly. So
okay.
I had to kick him, and I have to do it one.
Well, that's it happens to the best of us at whatever stages, right? Conflict of interest. You should go to exchange at HHL. Then they'll tell you about dispute resolution and all that. But I'll tell you from a VC perspective, like if you're trying to pitch an idea, I think I was telling Nisha Jain about the same thing, that having a co-founding team is very important, because then you get diversity of ideas, you get to, challenge your bias, like the idea that you've come up with or the strategy that you've come up with, you got somebody else that you can validate with and they can question you. So very rarely do people invest in companies that doesn't have a co-founder. So try to build a team, and if they've got conflict of resolution, then try to find somebody else. But create a team, because that demonstrates that you have the ability to, build a culture and build a business and all. I echo the sentiments what Professor Associate Dean said about you need to work on your go-to-market strategy. You need to probably think a little bit more about, how are you going to get is it a marketplace, two-sided marketplace model? It's a two-sided marketplace. So you wouldn't necessarily need to buy vehicles. You wouldn't buy it. You wouldn't buy it. It's a two-sided marketplace. Cool. Got it. In terms of the positives, I really thought that, what you did great was that you had a competitor analysis done. It could have been improved. Again, storytelling is important, but it needs to be, it needs to also have some projections and some quantitative figures to let me know, again, how big the market is, growth, what are the growth opportunities in this sector. So having a little bit of quantitative analysis done, financial projections done, helps to then validate your business idea as well, whether you should put some time and effort in it, and whether me as a venture capital investor should give you money so that you can make me millions of dollars and make yourself millions of dollars as well. I can go on, but I think this is the high level that you should probably look into it. Yeah.
Congratulations, also very interesting. Actually, Sree and Professor Frank have explained almost everything that I would like to make in kind of comment. But just to emphasize, are you intending to build a kind of eBay for exporters or logistics, something like that? Could we say that what you are proposing is a kind of eBay for logistics?
Sir, it's an eBay kind of thing for exports and imports.
Exports and imports, okay. It's a very interesting idea indeed. I think that the previous group has put something that I really appreciated, that was to use KPIs to monitor. So maybe you should also use that idea to improve your project here. And about the risks as well. It's, as you mentioned, that you are proposing a kind of eBay. So for instance, you should consider that this kind of, apps for auction, for bids, could enter into your sector, your segment, with a very low cost of entry and with a huge capillarity, so maybe something that you should consider. Okay? So that's my comment. Thank you, congratulations.
Thank you for your valuable comments, judges. The next team which is going to be presenting is Team Digbr, which is us. So, great. My name is Abhishek, and I am the CEO and co-founder of Digbr, the library on your fingertips. So when we were researching about various markets for a startup to come up with, we found a very significant yet a very niche market which we thought we could be players in right now and leaders in the future. That is why we came up with Digbr. The clicker. Right. Our mission is we aim to provide the state-of-the-art technology to be used in the library by everyone and make reading a fun experience. Our TAM, that is total accessible market per month in Hyderabad in the form of revenue, is 3 million rupees. That is only in Hyderabad. We've also looked at the Asian market, which happens to be $777,000, and this is per month. The global market is $3.68 million, and it's a rapidly growing market. There's a huge demand for products like these in the market. So why did we come up with the app? What's the main problem? The problem is the lack of implementation of modern tech. We see libraries having registers and barcode scanners to record data, but we think barcode scanners should only belong in supermarkets. But on a very serious note, we want state-of-the-art technology to be a part of our daily life, our daily routine, which could be implemented in the library for the sake of record keeping, and minimize the amount of mishaps that usually take place. Confining to the edu resources available. Usually universities and colleges subscribe to just a couple of edu resources or a couple of research papers, research journals online. But we want our customers to have unlimited access to unlimited resources over the internet. And a lack of curated and personalized experience. I personally wouldn't read any books on, say, architecture, but when I log on to a lesser-known library management app, I'm flooded with books related to architecture and design. We want to provide curated and personalized service based on your behavioral patterns and user history on the app. So our solution is Digbr. We offer curated search results, augmented reality, which is also curated. So there's a QR code on the book which you can scan, and it shows you a video snippet or a blog or a review related to the book directly on your phone, and you could choose to read that book or not read that book. That is completely your choice. A knowledge graph, which is inside of a book, is another product of ours. What we've done is on the basis of user history and behavioral patterns, we provide the user with 5 bubbles related to different topics they've chosen or chosen to read. So what happens if you click on one of these bubbles? For example, I clicked on entrepreneurship. I get blogs, I get stories, I get videos and articles and research papers related to the particular subject. A highly valued or curated profile. So on LinkedIn, the books you read are, the section for the books you read are lesser looked upon. But in our app, we provide you with a curated profile which tells the user how many books he or she has read, and it could also be added to the LinkedIn profile to make you look cooler. And to talk about the boring part of the presentation, our CTO.
So good afternoon all. I am the Chief Technological Officer for Digbr. Before moving on to the next aspect of the idea, we just wanted to explain what knowledge graph actually is. So if you ever tried to log in or sign up in your Sav and Spotify accounts, you get these bubbles in the introduction saying that what genre of music you like, per se Hollywood, Bollywood, jazz, etc. So this is actually the part where knowledge graph comes in. So how it works. So imagine you're this user and you read, so suppose node A and node C, suppose you read books of both business and technology. So no automatic enrichment where natural language processing and machine learning language algorithms are implemented to understand the nodes and create a knowledge graph. And so for this, there are multiple number of data sets. That means the user data. So based on, so this would be created once the user starts using the app. So once it gets to know what the browsing history and what is the interest of the user, it will create a knowledge graph. So this knowledge graph has been used by Google, wherein if you search in the if you search for what is an apple in Google search engine, it will so knowledge graph formulates whether he's talking about the actual apple brand or actual apple fruit. So that is the concept of what knowledge graph is. Going to the next part, this is our product. So it's called DigiKnowledge, where it's a trident aspect which inculcates augmented reality, virtual reality, a knowledge graph, and curated search results. And last aspect of a product would be DigiKnowledge API, wherein after a few years of traction of Digbr, it would create a data engine, wherein generally how we extract LinkedIn APIs, Twitter APIs, it will also extract Digbr API, where they can use the data for analyzation or using in their own websites or portfolios. So moving on to the next expert, I would like to call upon our Chief Operations Officer.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Lasya, and I am the Chief Operations Officer of Digbr. So, why do we need this technology now? Why now? Because there is a growing demand for digitization of library and to make library management easy. And this demand is in countries like India, US, UK, and Argentina and Finland. So what we are expecting is by 2026, the market revenue would be 2,220 million by 2026. And this is an estimated market revenue. So this is 3.5 times more than in the year 2021. Next comes the main part of the presentation, that is the business aspect. So here is our business model canvas. And our unique value proposition is that we would like to bring the state-of-the-art technology to the educational institutions and the third-party publishers. And our key resources are the library books available in the universities. Next is the cost structure. The cost structure it includes the IT department costs, the maintenance costs, the R&D costs, the salaries, etc. And the revenue for the for the company would be the main revenue would be from the subscriptions, where we sell our product to the universities. As mentioned in the customer segments, it would be the universities and institutions with libraries. Yes, so the subscriptions. So we have two kinds of subscriptions. One is the basic plan and another one is the full plan. So in the basic plan, so what is a basic plan? Here we will be providing the user only with the curated search results and the access to unlimited journals, articles and research papers. While in the full plan, we will be providing them with the DigiKnowledge and AR/VR facility as well. So the basic plan costs around, this an estimation again, an assumption and an estimation. So this costs around 1,10,000 rupees, and for the full plan, it will be 2 lakh rupees. The marketplace. So once we establish ourselves in the market and we attain the expected number of consumers or users, we would collaborate with e-resources so that we can provide our users with unlimited access to the articles, journals, or any other education-related resources. So this is all about the business aspects of the app. Now I would like the audience to look at a small video, which is a run-through of our app. Welcome to Woxsen University's very own library management app, Digbr. Now, let's get started by signing into the app using your Apple ID or your Gmail credentials. Welcome on board. Our user-friendly interface helps guide the students through the various aspects of the library system. Let us explore the various facets of the app. Let us start with the search
search for various books, lets you know the availability, and gives you a brief of the books. The update section intimates the user of upcoming events and important messages issued by the university. These events would include the Woxsen International Lecture Series, Global Impact Summit, and Business Talks. The DigiKnowledge feature gives you 5 suggestions based on your borrowing history, usage, and behavioral patterns. Clicking on one of the buttons will get you curated news and updates on the preferred topics. The digital token feature secures and simplifies the way our banking system works by issuing digital tokens unique to everyone. The e-resources segment provides a quick and easy link to the papers and journals already subscribed by the university. The history feature of the app helps the user keep track of what books have been borrowed, the status of the book, that is, if it is borrowed or written, and the due accumulated on each book. We hope you found our app insightful. Please share your comments and feedback to help us make the library management system a flawless one. That is all from the team Digbr, and now the floor is open for questions.
Sure. A new idea, let me see if I understood it correctly, I'm not sure. Sets a library for universities, for education only, but can be expanded to other fields also. Is this for e-books? Or is this for physical books?
Yes, it is a mix of a lot of features. That is, usually universities would subscribe to this service, and then they could avail, unlimited services.
Don't you think you are a little bit late? At Leipzig we have some physical books, and for the rest of our textbooks we give it in electronic form to the students.
We have that at Woxsen also, sir, but the main question is, do we have access to unlimited resources? For example, papers from IEEE, do we have access to that? Well, Woxsen doesn't. Subscribing to this particular app would give you access to all the research papers, all the journals, all the books you could read in a lifetime,
Okay, and how would you handle the copyrights?
That is the reason we said we'd partner up with publications and third-party publications so that we wouldn't face that issue.
Might be that's possible in India and Germany, that wouldn't be possible. Risks? Do you see any?
The risks we see is maybe other market players who could come in with better technology and a better working of the AR system that we're using. That is one threat we see as of now.
The technology is convincing. That was invented by Google. They use something similar and gives them, the customers, some tips what they should buy in addition.
So adding on to the point, we are targeting, so our basic plan would be, we would call, suppose Woxsen University, if Digbr comes and collaborates with Woxsen, it will collect the data of what all books are there in its own library, and based on the, suppose I walk into the library, I'm a student, I don't know what all books are there in the library, and nowadays people are very lazy to search for books and all, right? So this app would actually create an AR version of the library wherein the physical books are not going in vain, but then when you use the app, it guides you to the book, and it gives you an AR representation of what the book actually is. So maybe there will be small Aruko markers on the on the book, and when you scan it, you get a visualization of what the book actually is. So, implementation of technology in libraries is essential because without it, libraries might be a museum in another 10 days. So 10 years, sorry.
Let's stay at the business side of this. In case you want to have unlimited access to resources, it will cost you something. Calculated out of this what you should charge.
Yes, sir, I do agree with that. This is one of our aims as Digbr. Without traction of the company, we might not be accessible to the external. Like, for example, if you want to get partners with Oxford or Orient Black Swan for educational materials, it would be done only if we get traction. So after Digbr populates itself gets a good place in the market, we would try getting access.
How many customers do you need to cover these costs?
So right now, not talking about the customers, but we have calculated the TAM value, wherein when we calculate the average subscription model we have into the number of customers in Hyderabad, in Hyderabad itself we have 3 million rupees market per month, and in the Asian market we have $777,000 in Asian market, and in global market we have $3.68 million. So this is our average estimates for Digbr if it comes into the market.
So how much money?
We would assume that we would need 30 full-time subscriptions to get a company started.
Okay, that's what I want to know.
Well, actually, I also think it's a brilliant idea. Congratulations. I think your presentation was quite complete. I liked including the name, Digbr, yes. Yeah, some trick, yes, very interesting, Digbr. The explanation you provide of the technology, estimation of market size, growth, wow, quite complete. What I think should be an improvement is to think about risks. I think that you haven't presented clearly. As far as I know, there are many softwares for library management, and for them, for instance, it would be quite easy to develop this kind of resource, this kind of tool as a complement to their offering. So it's something that maybe you should consider. And the last issue, the idea of KPI, a previous group has presented, I really appreciate it, so maybe it could be an improvement for you as well. And finally, the time. I think that you took more than 10 minutes. So that's my comment. Congratulations anyway.
One more point I want to add. The only risk which we have estimated right now is we are a B2B model. So getting B2B subscriptions is very hard, because even if we have the best of the best ideas, getting convinced, universities getting convinced to our ideas is very, very hard to do. So that would be one of the risks for our idea.
I'm interested to know, what are you guys studying?
BBA first year.
All three of you are BBA first year?
Yes, sir.
So nobody BTech?
No.
Nobody BTech?
No.
Dr. Kiran would be proud that as a BBA student, you know about knowledge graph and all. That was impressive. So look, I thought you guys did a brilliant job. You guys are clearly Peter Thiel's fan, is it? You've read 0 to 1?
Yes, sir. It was assigned.
We were forced to read his books.
You guys were, it was part of the curriculum?
Yes,
That's
sir.
good. That's a good book to read. He's a legend in venture capital. I echo the sentiments, what my fellow judges have said. Again, like have a roadmap, clear GTM, like go-to-market strategy. But I thought what you have done is like really good idea. I was really impressed, and you've got like an MVP, like the animation of it. great job. If you know the story of Uber, which you guys would know since you are Peter Thiel's fan, started as a limousine company, and then, it became a marketplace for all kinds of rides, Uber Eats and all. Your idea of including knowledge graph, AR, may not be suitable just now for the smartphone era, but soon, if you guys know, Apple is coming with their own smart glasses.
Yeah.
So eventually when those things come, AR is gonna be big.
Yes, sir.
So I'll actually encourage you guys, since you guys are so young at the moment and doing your BBA, to actually continue to explore this idea further. I would highly encourage it. Happy for you guys to continue chatting with me on LinkedIn. But I would highly encourage you to continue thinking about this idea because I liked your concept. And the other part that I liked actually was I've never studied venture capital in university, but my professor who taught me blockchain and digital currency, he's also a professor of venture capital in NYU. And he said that one of the problems with founders at the moment is that they don't concentrate on getting a customer. And what I liked about you guys is that you're studying in a university and you're building a library. So have you asked Dr. Raul that are they going to subscribe to your idea? You already got a customer. And when it comes to the B2B model, you've got all the partnership universities over here. They should also buy your subscription. So I like that part about you. Did you guys think about it?
Oh, yes, HHL, we're coming for you.
They're coming for you. But I think you should definitely explore this idea further because I don't think it's only limited to library. Once the smart glasses happen, you can apply this to pretty much everything. I'm wearing the smart glasses. I want to know what are the reviews of this mineral water. You'll get the data. You're going to build that knowledge graph thing that you're going to talk about. So I think you should definitely explore this idea. Get a tech person. You're the CTO. Why are you not doing tech then? Or you already know things about tech?
So before joining BBA, I've learned Python in my
Got it.
standard.
Yeah.
So I wanted to actually get into business with AI because if
Sure.
I'm confined to BTech, I would do only technological stuff. But when I came to BBA, I got to have an interdisciplinary kind of
Sure.
Exposure, right?
Got it.
Something for design, Canva, Python, and all those things.
So yeah, again, great job, great idea. I think it can go to pretty much everything. You should definitely seriously think about exploring it further, fine-tune it more, because eventually when the hardware comes in, the applications of it is going to be more than 3 billion projected. But congratulations.
Well, that's it from Digbr, and I think Digbr, that is us. We also deserve a huge round of applause. So next, we have Fanatic Kalakar. It is a content creating organization that revolutionizes the student culture by guiding and evoking purpose, morals, and thoughts, thereby helping to unlock the true potential of human mind. I would request the team Kalakar, Fanatic Kalakar to come onto the dais.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Aditya Havaldar. I'm from BTech second year. Our startup is Fanatic.
The most fundamental element of our thinking education system. Describe mathematical concepts to identify narrative and algorithm, the pair of zero. Topics like the fundamentals of numerical system, unit method of time, calculating time, geometric principles, arithmetic progressions, are covered in this book, Arithmetic. His contributions to mathematics has been a basic tool for derivation of other complex concepts. Just like Arya Siddhartha, there exists another text called as Ashtayakaraya that was written by Maharishi Panini in Sanskrit. This text in Sanskrit talks about basic grammar concepts that is later adopted as the base for present-day language. Not just that, his contributions to the language has been so uplifting that the modern-day scientists have regarded Sanskrit as the most suitable language for computing. Being different language, or our Indian scientists were into lifestyle development as well. Texts like Mahabharata combine the Maharishi Patanjali, summarizes Maharishi Panini's work, while in Yoga Sutra elaborates on yoga about different asanas, kriyas, and their dharmas. Alongside these, our ancient Indian societies heavily depended on shifted science to develop restricted systems. Regarded as the father of surgery, he is known for performing the first plastic surgery and also for performing the first systematic dentist surgery. Indian society was not just about development, but was also an extension of sense. Panini, one of the greatest poets the world has ever seen, has inspired and impacted many literary leaders. While all of mentioned texts spoke about specific fields, there happens to be a more famous one that covers topics like politics, kingdom management, economy maintenance, leadership, societal development, and so on. These topics can be found in Chanakya Niti, written by Chanakya. Among thousands of scientists that have contributed in these fields, these were only a handful of people that he spoke about. But we now know that all of these contributors have played a role in the development of humans. And a scanning Indian ethnicity, we feel that their knowledge was directly linked to their heritage. The ancient Indian education system was based on Vedic philosophy, also referred to as a physical system. These were structured in such a way that every student unknowingly built a holistic lifestyle around them, which led to curiosity for our fields of knowledge. However, in the race of modernization and industrialization, India has lost its basic education principles. To make sure that we don't forget our heritage, we have established a startup that makes an attempt to bring back an ancient Indian method with a modern twist. Putting on content for students improves the holistic development, which helps them understand the varied perspectives of the Indian art of living. To fulfill our purpose, we have designed a product that helps students to build curiosity and have a fan life, thereby creating a student culture.
So shall we do this again? I'm Aditya Havaldar.
Greetings everyone, this is Akshat Anand.
And we have our design team, Hari and Krishna.
Hi guys, my name is Hari Shankar. I'm a visual communication student in third year.
Hello guys, I'm Krishna. I'm a product design student, third year.
And today we are here to launch our first product, Juvenile Paradigm. So we welcome Juvenile Paradigm. This book will be launched in schools from next month. And to explain you more about our first project, our Juvenile Paradigm, the book, I would like to call AK Akshata.
As you can see, our book basically contains different concepts. As I said, as I already informed in the starting, our book is going to focus on the holistic development. Now, what our education system is missing? Lot of things, we don't have practical approaches. So let's say certain concepts in our book talk about different career opportunities that exist. This particular section in our book, it's called I Am a column written in our book, is going to talk about 2 different careers. The section on the left is called Guide to Heaven. This particular section is going to talk about morals from different stories. The section that you see on the right, it's called Ancient Archive. Ancient Archive is going to discuss a story, and then from the story, we derive a moral. This moral, we're going to explain in Guide to Heaven. And then on, we'll take and we'll teach the practical applications of morals. How can one practice morals? Let's say that our story talks about patience. Our moral would be patience, and our next column would talk about practical applications of patience as to how can you become more patient in life. I covered a couple of things. Our magazine would talk about different science stuff, different educations, different types of emotion management, lifestyle skills, a lot of things. But how are we going to do and going to develop all these complex things? For that, we are going to introduce 2 fictional characters. Guys, meet Radhe and Parth. These 2 fictional characters are going to be the backbone of our entire storyline. These characters, there'll be a backbone story going inside the magazine. And through their story, through their interaction, through their concepts, we're going to explain all the other concepts that are there in the book. That is Fanatic Kalakar. Be the artist of your life. Thank you. Any queries?
For me, this is a very interesting project. And I think you're there on the right way. My congratulations. Might be only a few questions. Please forgive me as a foreigner, I do not know it either. You want to fill gaps in the education system, but you have not defined which gaps there are. You want to express the value of Indian ethics. Is there an ethics in all parts of India? Is it the same? Do an Indian ethics exist? I think that's the only thing, forgive me as a foreigner, I do not know it better.
Okay, it's fantastic, not fanatic, but fantastic, your work. I really appreciate it. Actually, India has a wonderful and quite strong culture, ancient culture, so it's a useful and beautiful cause to promote it, particularly to the Indians itself. So I really think it's a major idea. My concerns is that you presented here a wonderful product, but I couldn't see the business model itself. You know, so maybe you should explore it better as a business model. So you know how you're going to distribute the business canvas. So basically, that's my comment. And another comment, it's about perception, and maybe you can get another opinion, and maybe you can quote other people. But it's the name itself. The name fanatic recalls me a kind of fundamentalism, sectarism, and I don't think it's a positive way to present such a wonderful product, you know?
So maybe you should think about something more amicable, friendly, that people can look at it and say, wow, don't to promote the rage, but the empathy. But it's like a matter of perception. But congratulations, wonderful, fantastic. The demonstration of the product through the video was also superb. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations. That was a great presentation, and I echo Professor Bruno's comments that it seemed like it was a product pitch or it was a story pitch, but it was a great one, more than a business model. I'm interested to know what all, like you told me what you all study, but what does this, like, why this idea? What does it mean for you guys?
So, sir, in 2021, Government of India has launched new education policy, and in that policy, they state that students will be trained holistically, holistic development. But till now in India, there was no such educational model or no support from schools. To give students holistic development. So we know now even if schools want to implement the new education policy, they need infrastructure, which they don't have. And to build the infrastructure, they might need 6 to 7 years. So we want to come in, we want to pitch. This was our first product. We'll be having a few more products coming up, which will help them have holistic development. This book is only for them to have curiosity, to help them build curiosity. Once curiosity comes, then they're curious about different things. They'll be curious to learn new things and be interested in different and new things. Okay, ancient education system and India, it's our identity first of all. And secondly, if you have noticed, there was Patanjali. Patanjali was one who founded yoga, but he also mastered in linguistic Sanskrit. He wrote a book, he decoded Mahabhashya by Panini. So they were also trained holistically. It's not that they were only researching about science or physics. They were trained holistically that they could understand and write theses on every field. And we believe they were scientists, not just gurus or not a religious.
Sir, I'll continue the question. We know that whenever we study something, we study a particular course. Let's say if I'm a student from BTech, I'm inclined towards studying BTech, mechanical or robotics or whatever. These scientists that we had in the ancient time, they learned holistically, as my friend said. They knew things other than their own interest. They were more towards being curious. They were more towards understanding everything. So the idea that knowledge is not limited to education, that is the hook or that is the catch that made us get there.
So, yeah, again, there are so many ideas where you can take this. But before I go to the core of what you guys have done, I was just speaking to Dr. Bhanu during lunchtime. And I was telling her that, so I was born in India, but I'm now an Australian citizen. I've lived abroad half of my life now. And it's only recently that I've started, wanting to learn my, grassroots as to Indian history and all that, and this comes. So, and within the circle of my friends who are, overseas Indian citizens, they also are very curious to, know about, because I don't think anybody really teaches Indian ancient education. So there is definitely a market for that in India and overseas. The other aspect that I was telling Dr. Bhanu as well is that, and we were having discussion with our guest of honor, Mr. Nishit Jain as well, who's very passionate. So put him in the advisory board. I'm telling everybody, put him in the advisory board for this project. Is that we don't, outside India, people don't really know about the, Indian culture and history. But there is a book which you guys would be familiar with, the Sun Tzu's Art of War. Now, people from Wall Street, people in McKinsey from everywhere, they read that book and then they translate some of the phrases and put it in context of management consulting or investment management and say that, yeah, this is the book to read. This phrase, yeah, it applies to this. And I was telling Dr. Bhanu that I really am keen to read Chanakya Niti because I've heard it's like great book of strategy. So this way you promote, all those Indian historical texts abroad to even the overseas audience, so that eventually when Professor comes from HHL and Professor Bruno comes from Brazil, they'll be having Chanakya Niti as part of curriculum, and Nishit and I would be happy as Indians that, they are teaching them. So great product, but yes, I agree that there was not business, it didn't seem like a business, but that's not a bad thing. And that's where I come to my final point. Are you guys familiar with NFTs? You guys are familiar with it. Have you guys thought about doing some NFT things with this?
We definitely heard about NFTs, but we have not planned exactly towards NFT, but our next project, Kaizen, that is an application-based project where we'll be having avatars, where we'll be having forums where students can come and learn. And that will be, we are working towards to build that on Web3, to interactive, and that could be a virtual world also. So it's metaverse concept, not exactly NFT, but we are trying to get into metaverse concept and education to metaverse. That's our future goal and next project.
So connect with me on LinkedIn, because I've personally invested in like 3 metaverse related projects. I'm big on NFT startups and all that. So connect with me on LinkedIn. And I'm recruiting more team members for you. My student volunteer over there, Govind, I'm putting him on the spot. He was talking to me about NFTs, maybe hire him as well in your team, and you guys connect and do something NFTs. But I think you guys have got a good product. It was something like somebody's pitching me their NFT, that whether I should invest in their NFT startup or whether I should invest in their blockchain games, which I mentioned earlier. Now there are blockchain games. So it was more like that. Not a bad thing, because now blockchain, you can do this thing. So I would highly recommend to explore the NFT side more and connect with me.
Thank you so much, sir.
So you guys mentioned about our marketing canvas, and we think that we can even mention it because we have it, it's just that we did not put it in the PPT. So I'll give you a basic gist as to what we are planning to do and how we're going to approach the schools. Our first step would be to look at the students and to see what all students would be interested in. So we'll roll out the e-versions of these books because it'll be very difficult to scale in the starting. So e-book will be available on our website. Then whichever school, we'll collect the data as it's going on the website, we'll have the data with us. Whichever schools has more students, we'll approach that school for a physical book. That'll be the second mode of marketing. Our third would be that the section called IMR, which talks about different careers, we know that there'll be particular institutions that are going to teach those careers very well. So whenever we mention such institutions, we can go and approach them and say that, okay, we are having your names with us. Would you like to be a part of our magazine? So partnering with such institutions, with colleges, with different clubs, activities, that'll be the third model of income thing. Our fourth would be advertisements. If you see the last page of my magazine, you'd see that we have partnered with our own printers. They were very humble enough to invest in our own thing. So that'll be the fourth model of where we engage and get money. Is there anything else you'd like to know? Sure. Okay, thank you. That was Fanatic Kalakar.
Well, it was a very creative pitch from Woxsen University students, and I believe the audience have also enjoyed it thoroughly. A huge round of applause for Fanatic Kalakar. Moving on, we now have Mr. Frank Hoffman, who is the Associate Dean of HHL, Leipzig Graduate School of Management, and the Director of International Relations. Today, Mr. Hoffman is here to speak about HHL Leipzig's journey, the growth and development, and strategic initiatives. Sir, we request your presence on the dais to address the House.
Okay, can we go to the next slide? There I have two links and want to show you two very short videos.
The first time I arrived here, I could feel the sense of. The first time I arrived here, I could feel the sense of belongingness around HHL. The feeling to be at the right place and to really have arrived at where I want to be.
What made studying at HHL for me unique is the HHL spirit.
It's an experience, it is a feeling.
It is a great community that you can reach out to whenever you have anything that you want to talk about.
The spirit is really something that connects us all, and that's an emotion that we can all experience here.
For example, if there's a problem, we always know that we can rely on each other. We are here like a family that sticks together and works together.
That's something I come across here every day.
And this HCI spirit brings together people who are like-minded, smart, intelligent.
Super down to earth and very authentic. Always trying to make the very best out of the situation.
And I think this mutual atmosphere of working and growing together, this makes HHL quite a special place to learn.
And this is for me what really is the HHL spirit. It's an emotion that you can only experience here at HHL.
That's what I like. And that was for me the most important reason to apply at HHL.
Even though the studies at HHL are really difficult, everyone who studies here would do it again. That's what HHL spirit is all about for me.
And the next video, the next link, this is about our introduction weeks.
Dear future MBA students, dear future MSc students, both full-time and part-time, today is a special day because we are officially welcoming you to the HHL community. By making this decision to join HHL, you decided for an environment. You will have a challenging time, don't get me wrong. We help you find a way, we help you to learn, but you have to do it yourself.
Okay, thank you. And now we can go to the presentation mode. Yes. Why I've shown you this last video about our welcome week. We are business school, we are small, and the students who we select, they are very well selected. We have a total of 750 students. Postgraduate only, we start with the Master of Science, an MBA program and a PhD program. That was it. And our students and we, that's a big family. Everybody knows everybody. And about the school, we were founded in 1898 by the Chamber of Commerce in Leipzig. But then we had in Germany 2 world wars. We had 40 years of communism. During communist times, The school was public owned, and then we have decided in '92 to reopen the school again as a private institution. The original name of the school was Handelshochschule Leipzig, and as we know exactly that no foreigner can pronounce Handelshochschule correctly, and in case you will try to translate it, it will become a high school of trade, and that's exactly what we are not doing. We have decided to rename the school into Also in 2000, we have switched to English as language of instruction. All courses are in English. The only course in German what we offer is German for foreigners. And as we have a lot of Indian students in Germany at HHL, the majority want to stay in Germany and seek employment there. And outside of the school, you definitely need German. Then we have our ASCSB accreditation in 2004. First private university in Germany with a chair of business ethics and entrepreneurship. And then we have also added a part-time version for students who are working for both the full-time MBA and the part-time MBA. In case you are coming as exchange student, you will be integrated into one of our full-time versions. Let me explain the difference. Master of Science students at HHL must have an undergraduate degree in business. The average age there is around 24, and these students have no significant work experience, require an internship. Our MBA students, we require any undergraduate degree. Most of them are coming from engineering, but they must have at least 3 years work experience. As exchange student, you can take whatever you want. For our regular students, we have very strict admission criteria. We require a GMAT with a minimum of around 600 better. Our Indian students perform normally 700 plus. And then we require a TOEFL or IELTS. TOEFL minimum 90. We want to see this TOEFL, especially for students from Asia. Sometimes I have difficulties to understand students from China, and we always have also some students from India who claim to speak English. I want to give you an idea about our international relations there. We have in total a little bit more than 140 partner universities worldwide. Our policy is to send never more than 2 students to the same destination at the same time. They should integrate into a different culture, and this is also the same what we expect from our partner universities. Never more than 2 students at the same time. And in case you are looking on the internet about our partners in India, we have very lot. We are happy to have Woxsen University as a partner since 2 years, but we have long standing cooperations with the IIMs in Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Calcutta, Udaipur, Raipur. I think I forgot half of it. Then the MDI in Gurgaon, the IMT, Sree universities in Bombay, Great Lakes and Chennai. I think that was it. So please, no more than 2 students. The workload is 15 of our credits. That's the minimum workload. The maximum workload is 30 credits. And our own regular students have to do 20 credits. In case you decide for less than 15 credits, we will send a nice email to your university here and highlight your intercultural competences proved by extensive travel. In case you want to take more than 30 credits, you also will receive a nice email with the question, are you willing to take your students back slightly damaged? This is a little bit about our international relations. From the rankings, we are also satisfied. We are top in the rankings, also the Master of Management Financial Times. And we have in Startup Generator, we are very strong academically in entrepreneurship and innovation management. And I think our Dominic Kanbach has signed a contract with your university about a Center of Excellence here. I for myself would not name a Center of Excellence for 2 reasons. One is what is with the rest of the university. We strive for excellence in all fields. And for this additional Center of Excellence might not be necessary. We also have centers, but they are named differently. And the second is a formal thing. In Germany, we have universities of excellence. You can apply for it, and the central government will give these universities, typical technical universities, some million additional funds. And here you see some of the companies our students have founded. We have created more than 10,000 jobs, and amongst them 4 unicorns. That's again the rankings. That's our structure, only to show it very briefly for you. And we have our chairs, and these chairs also have some centers. You see it here on the back. Center always has some advantages, and I see these advantages. You have as a university, I think, 3 things to do: teaching, research, and knowledge transfer. And in case you concentrate everything for one single subject in a center, it will save you a lot of bureaucracy. Okay. what we are doing. The welcome week you see here, this is to bring our students together because nearly everything is based on group work. What means in case you are coming to HHL, you must be prepared for an active participation. And this active participation also will be graded. In case you do not participate, your grade will become lower. And then we give you some general management essentials, management competences, and then you can concentrate on some specific fields. And the last thing what we have invented was Master of Management in Finance. And at the moment we are working on the introduction of Master Management in Entrepreneurship. What means in case you see here leadership and entrepreneurship, this is how we see it. Formation, growth. Growth is in Spin Lab. This is our entrepreneurial incubator. And then maturity, training, professional development, and of course, after this, we support our students, our former students, in such small and medium enterprises. This is in case you had an idea to develop it further on our Spin Lab, and then we have also a so-called digital space. This is for very new ideas. You can apply it for it, give a pitch, and our committee will then decide to take you or not. That's the digital space. And I think I should tell you a little bit about Leipzig. I think only a few of you know where Leipzig is. I hope you know where Germany is located. I had some discussions also with colleagues at conferences. Where should I send my students? Leipzig? Leipzig, that's East Germany. And Leipzig, East Germany belongs to Russia. There's always cold. I can't send my students there. It's a wonderful, beautiful city that's located 150 kilometers south of Berlin. Very green city. In total, around 37,000 students. We have 2 universities in Leipzig. That's the Public University of Leipzig. They are doing everything with 32,000 students, and we with 750 students. But we have university status, and the status you will get in Germany with the right to award PhD degree. What means we have a PhD program, and we have also the right for habilitation. This is more or less the second PhD that enables you to act then as a professor. And the rest as universities of applied sciences. There's a difference as they are not allowed to award a PhD, and the teaching load for a professor at a university is 8 hours a week, at a University of Applied Sciences, this is around 15 hours a week, but they do not have any research. And then a School of Arts, a School of Telecommunication, and such small colleges makes a total of more than, I think, 37,000 students. It's a very young city, it's a green city, and I can recommend to everybody to join us. Are there any questions from the audience? No, everybody is happy. And if I tell you that you must work really hard, nobody will come. Okay. Then thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here. It was an honor to be invited. And I hope for a good future cooperation between HHL and Woxsen University. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a descriptive presentation about HHL Leipzig Graduate Management School. And thank you once again for giving us a quick snapshot of business schools in Germany. And Woxsen is looking forward for a long-term relationship with HHL. Moving on, we have Mr. Rohan Shah, who is the founder and CEO of Classavo and has got into the Forbes 30 under 30 entrepreneurs. Classavo is a students' performance analytics platform that provides an online e-textbook platform that enables teachers tuition from classroom to GIS. We have Mr. Rohan Shah. Sir, we request your presence to address this august gathering.
I was told to do a keynote, and I was like, okay, well, so I was like, okay, you know what, I didn't understand the assignment, so here's a photo of my friend's dog. Thank you. Seriously, thank you. All right, all jokes aside. Again, thanks for having me here today. It's been wonderful. It's been very captivating to see a lot of young energy in the room, asking questions, really curious, coming up to all the guests and asking a lot more detailed questions. So I kind of wanted to do something different today. I want to kind of highlight and show more about our thought process into education and how we come about things. And the topic for today is, how do you design with empathy and inclusivity? I know we've been hearing a lot of these buzzwords and words which are sustainability, inclusivity, empathy. They're very big words, but what exactly, we're going to break it down into how can we actually make it more applicable with usage of design. I'd like to invite my co-founder, Pham. He's our director of the product. He's also the brains and the designer behind it, to kind of take away the floor and go a little bit detail into it. He understands the assignment a lot more better than I do.
Hello guys, hopefully that is has been a relaxing slide. So we're gonna do a short one, I promise. So our topics today is to design with empathy and inclusivity. So may I know how many design students are in here? Okay, that corner over there, okay. So, and today there was a doctor. Were you in the panel yesterday, right? Also with inclusivity, right? So I will touch on a certain topic here today. So at first we can start to go into define empathy. There are many ways to define it. I just took it from Google. Here's what it is. This is the ability to understand and share the feelings of another. So in design, we hear a lot about we should include empathy and inclusivity in products, so I will not go back to the common terms and common approach today. I want to point out certain patterns that are rarely used in product design. So as we know, empathy evokes feeling of mutual respect, good emotions. That is very important in persuasion. So in persuasions, usually we use credibility, logics, and emotions. Emotion is a giant part of being able to persuade someone to do something. So in selling a product, most consumers make purchase decisions based on emotions. So basically, it's very important. Because it is super powerful, it can be totally be abused. I would love to go into this. There are ways to abuse empathy to give customers malicious actions. So for example, how many of you guys have received something like this? You receive something on social media that looks like, please share this, so there will be good fortunes that will come to your family. And if you don't share this, maybe your family will receive something that is really bad. Like, who has received that? Can I see your hands? A lot of people did. So that is a way to get you to do something. It touches your heart. Obviously, you don't want your family to suffer from anything bad, everything good then. So obviously, there are many worse use cases than this one. So just to keep it in short, I advocate all of us to use this power very, very responsibly. And through that example, by the way, we can see that it's very easy to implement empathy into our products. Just follow good practice. I would say follow human objectives, such as protect your family. There's entire Maslow triangle for you, so you can pick out humans objects. So yeah. Moving on, I will define inclusivity. Similarly, it is a practice of, or policy of providing equal access to opportunities and resources for the people who might otherwise be excluded or marginalized. Commonly, we have found that those can be physical or mental disabilities when we talk about these topics, or other minority groups. So the common response would be good supports for minority audience is generally good for all audiences together. Quick more info on this. For example, if we design a certain product that is good for example, someone who has visibility impairs, we increase the font, for example. It is more legible for most users. So this is the kind of the common reasoning. But I would want to point out something that we saw extra, which is the majority of your users may become minority one day. And this is something that we don't think about because we are so tired of launching. Launching a product is so hard. We wouldn't even think of like how long it will be there for our product, for our user to grow old, or will the majority become the minority? What does that mean? So we know that technology progresses super fast. Tomorrow, a solution today may not be the same anymore. For example, I have a product that does this certain kind of technologies. The majority of my people use that product every day. They rely on the product. 2 years later, there is a completely new product that comes out that absolutely decimates my own product. User flocks to the new product, but there are a couple of users would hold on to my old product because it's just so reliable. It's just not new anymore, but it is still reliable. So now the majority that used to be the most of people that use product now becomes a minority. This is another type of minority that we don't talk about enough. We talk about disabled people, we talk about hearing impairs, we talk about vision impairs, we talk about mental impairs, but these are the most common ones. For example, I would love to point out who from here have heard the story of Google coming out with so many messaging services. Google has Google Talk, Google Hangouts, YouTube messages. So they access these services very fast. In average, I think 2 years, Google Duo too. Meanwhile, there are products like Microsoft Windows XP, which is supported for like 20 years. So that is an example of the inclusivity. Please include your dedicated users on your outdated products, because if you aren't treating them right, it is a sign. And usually it shows how strong the company are committing to its value. Like if we are saying like, oh, our company's mission is to bring the best value to our customer, but then we are treating our minority people like crap, then it is a sign that in the future, the majority of our people is going to be treated that way too. So please keep that in mind. Even if you're phasing out part of the product, if you know that there are some dedicated users who are using that, treat them well. Create a good migration plan for them. So don't forget about them. So the users' trust in the brand will be very important about the way that we treat these customers. So another topic that is not discussed enough is when to stop the empathy design and inclusivity. So as Doctor, you discussed yesterday, there are dark patterns, which is also what I pointed out earlier, some ways to abuse design. So that's why there should be ethics training in design. So when to stop, we will need to not to over-design empathy and inclusiveness in those cases if it violates ethics conducts. And there's a case that when we adapt certain products to a certain market so much it loses core value. That is a giant topic that unfortunately today we don't have enough time anymore, so I have to cut that off today's slides. But there's a chance that your product will become a completely different product if we are trying to adapt so hard and it loses core value. So don't do that either. So for example, so I can provide you with a fusion roadmap. So imagine for every market you include inclusivity for a certain demographics, put it in cohort 1. You may sell it in a completely different countries. We put those new people in cohort 2, and similarly 3 and 4. These are completely separate 4 products until we have a step that is we convert all of them into a fusion step. That is, we ignore the cultures and inclusivity that we just laid it out before, and we kind of force people to do the same certain thing. Let me explain what it is. And then we lead them to our core value. For example, this is a very basic, I think one of the best examples of what the theory is about. This is Google landing page. Probably all of us over here have seen this. The first section is usually the Google logo, but in this case it's the Google Doodle. Shows up on some certain occasions, usually holidays, special events of the year. So, and that it depends on certain countries, that certain doodle shows up too. So, and we have the search bar and the Google search and I'm feeling lucky button. It is completely the same on every single Google localized page ever. So this is a point where we have cultural empathy, but everything is fused into one action so that people across culture learn how to type into a search box and they can click the button, search button. Every single culture understands that concept at this point. So Google can sell their search results. They have the core products. Click the search button, get the core results. That's it. This is how you fuse many inclusivity or cultures, cohorts into a single action. Basically, the user and the products, we exchange culture. The user learns a little bit about the product and a little bit becomes more. Have the same habits with every single user that use the product. And at the same time, the designer of the product makes our product looks more like the people who uses a product in these many places. So, yeah, so that is what we call the cultural fusion example. So, you went on.
So that was very insightful, right? Coming back to the design and why design, at least in our company, is so important is education software is actually in the last decade was the second was the second place for the worst user experience after government software. And the reason is because a lot of the companies, they focused on building different platforms to do X, Y, and Z. It became very transactional and feature-esque instead of outcome-based. And you know, what Mr. Sree said today, they were actually not focusing on solving the problem. It was more of to do X, Y, and you come up with together, mash it, because education technology is one of those industries where it actually has one of the highest LTVs, which is a good thing for a business. It's a harder to get entry, but once you're in, and that's why a lot of companies drop the ball. But for us, it's so important that, and that's one of the reasons why we are building one of the world's best education software, and how we think about inclusivity and empathy in their design. So take a look at this for an example. This is a screenshot of one of our attendance solutions where professors can save almost about 7 to 8 minutes the first time for an average class of 60 students to take attendance. But it's really inclusive in the mindsets where they can use their phone, tablets, computers. They can even text the code. But for empathy, they can see how many students are actually, when they sign in, are actually popping up like you have on your Facebook, YouTube, right? When people likes posts. But it's really to kind of reduce get the instant gratification of the users. Apart from that, our inclusivity also expands into content, right? So if you think about your learning, your different contexts, your textbooks, your resources, your classroom notes, how do you impart for, you have to follow ADA compliance. Fortunately, in a lot of the countries, it's a regulation. ADA compliance, which stands for, you know, you have to make sure your platform is ADA compliant for Disabilities Act, which is, you know, it has text-to-speech. Students which have disabilities can actually use the content. And that, keeping in mind, make it interactive in general. So when we think about how to solve a problem in education, we have to look at it's incredibly hard. It's incredibly hard to include all those different aspects, but you have to boil down into how are you solving the problem? What is the empathy going for? And you also have to remember the minority users. Extremely important. Very, very important. What's also, I know we mentioned about Microsoft Office, right? Like they launched Windows XP. They'll give 20 years of support for the product, unlike Apple, right? You bought an iPhone next, it's already outdated, it's taking very crappy photos, and they want you to buy a new one. But for us, it's important to be overall inclusive with all the systems instead of replacing all the systems, but to work within the narrative of the education universities and innovate from there within. We've also expanded that into more of content aspect, right? So I know we had, was it the Kalakar team? Are they here? Okay. So, you know, they mentioned about, or there's the Digi Library is here? There you go. So you guys mentioned about content, that partnering up with publishers. It's actually very, very hard to do that. It took us 2 years to convince them to give us the rights and license, right? But it's not impossible, it's possible. But what's interesting is just by having content doesn't actually really solve the problem, right? If you're just having a PDF or things like that, what do you do with the content is what's going to matter. And you have to, it's like a Pandora's box. You open it, you have to take care of a lot of design elements, especially in education. This is one of my favorite kind of research nudge that we are doing more into analytics. So take, for example, we showed this through a classroom with 2 different sections. One where you showed this the data byte, and the other section you did not. You found almost 37% of students are more engaged just by showing them a little bit of transparency. That's inclusivity, that's empathy, right? Showing what your peers are doing, it's a form of a transparency. So yeah, that's all for today. I hope you guys found this insightful. Thank you again for the opportunity, and yeah.
Thank you very much, sir, Mr. Rohan Shah and Mr. Pham, for such an insightful and interesting session. I'm sure the audience completely agree with
your inclusivity and empathy and that bringing into the classroom and an office setting as well. So now we'll be having a 15-minute break. The tea and snacks will be served in the room opposite to the summit venue. We'll meet back again in another 15 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. We'll meet again at 5:10 p.m. I'm sure the tea and snacks are ready. The guests can please proceed.
Right, so I've been asked to sort of hold on because people are interested in this panel. So I thought, what we'll do is, since we've been sitting from 2 or 3, 4 days, let's do some exercise. So everyone get up, please. Could you please just stand up in your spaces? Just get up. Right. So 2 days of sort of sitting down and maybe, bits and pieces of moving around here and there. But let's get some action going because action is good in life, is it not? Yes? I can't hear you. Still can't hear you. Thank you. Right. So let's do this. Social distancing, first of all. Yep. Let's do that. Okay? Let's do this. Yeah? How are we feeling? Anything happening? Yeah, you, boss. Do that. No chori, okay? Everybody has got to do it, okay? So, okay, these joints are moving. Now, let's try and move this way. Right hand. Your right hand. Okay? And it's moving. And it's moving. And now the other side. If you were clockwise, now counterclockwise. And if you were counterclockwise, clockwise now. Okay? Right. Okay, this is done. Left hand. Similarly, let's do this. The other way. Now, this next one is going to see how balanced we are. So this, can you do this? I'm wearing pants, that's why, right? And then the other way. Yep. The other foot. Come on, don't complain. Yep. The other way. All right. Down you go. Now is the time for the neck. Let's see this one, okay? Well, let me show you a nice one that I can do. I don't know about you. So I can do. Can you do that? And you can't cheat by moving your hands like this, okay? It's got to be the neck moving this way, that way, this way, that way, this way, that way. Right. And now take this right hand, take it right the way back and pat yourself. Good job done. Thank you. So I was just trying to pass some time and people are still not here. Rahul wants to be here for this panel. We can all sit down now. That was just some bit of fun. That's about it. Thank you. Thank you for being sporty. I appreciate that. Thank you.
When everyone is included, everyone wins. Strength lies in differences and not similarities. On this note, we'd like to start Roundtable Discussion 5 on the topic, There is no diversity without inclusion. As our moderator for the discussion, we have Preeti Chaudhary. Ms. Chaudhary is the founder and director at PC Advisory, a niche advisory firm focused on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 5, 8, 9, 10, and 17, specializing in equity and inclusion, women, veterans, LGBT+, PWD enablement, and integration of the startup ecosystem and corporate India incorporation. She is also the founder of LinkedIn Local India and creator of Pan-India #LinkedIn Local India Community, a LinkedIn property, online, offline, online series of knowledge and networking. Madam, thank you for joining us. We now have Ms. Rachna Mudraboina, transgender and human rights activist. Major Sunil Shetty, the founder of My Startup TV. Ms. Mera Shenoy, founder and CEO of Youth for Jobs. And Ms. Usha Nirmala, venture capitalist and entrepreneurship enthusiast, CEO of Mulya Global. We welcome you to today's very important discussion, and I would request the panel members to please introduce themselves.
That's okay. I'll take it from here. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for that. Good evening to everyone, all the Woxsenites, all the delegates that are here for the Global Impact Summit. Thank you very much, Abhishek, for that kind intro. And now the time for me to introduce, or rather get this stellar panel of leaders and people who care about equity and inclusion into their spheres of work to come and talk about who they are, why they are here, and what is it that the next 60 to 75 minutes are going to look like. But first things first, let's try and understand and get into the sort of the topic of what the discussion is going to be about. So essentially, it's going to be all about how there is no diversity without inclusion, and how diversity without inclusion is exclusion. just to get some facts and figures in, because that's how we roll. Numbers speak to us, everything else is just hearsay. So let me sort of start by saying that there have been several studies on equity and inclusion, and some of the major conclusions that have been drawn out are the companies that are passionate about equity and inclusion are actually, statistically, they perform rather well as compared to other companies that do not have these practices in place. Secondly, another study found out that boards which have women and diverse groups of people as well outperform companies with an all-male board member. Okay? Now, two of the not so good sort of stats here, and these are particular to our country, but you'll be sort of sad to know that even after giving up their lives and, sort of promising their lives to the country, to the motherland, our veterans constitute only 5.6% of the total civilian labor workforce. Now, that's a number very hard to digest, and I'll tell you why 5.6% is a very small number, but that's only in a little bit of time. And let's get into the other stat over here, which is not very encouraging at all. And that is, women represent only 14% of entrepreneurs in India, and a majority of those startups are micro businesses and self-financed, which means there is a huge gap between the founding team, which has gender disparity, and also in the funding space where we have lack of women investors. So with those key aspects in mind, let's get the introductions started. And I think let's be alphabetical here. So let's have Mera come in first. But before Mera can actually introduce herself, I'd like to sort of talk about the kind of work that she is in. And she's into the integration of people with disability space. And here's one more number for you, okay? Overall, 2.2% of Indian population has one or the other kind of disability. This means there are 26.6 million differently abled or people with disabilities in our country. This stat is from 2016, so in the last 5 years, we would have added a lot more to that. But let's get Mera to introduce herself and let's get to know her a little bit more. Mera, take it away, please.
Thank you, Preeti. I used to be a business journalist and then I moved on to international television. A time came in my life when I was just not happy capturing these stories on print and television and just wanted to do some hands-on work, especially when I traveled to the rural areas. I think to many people who want to do good, the universe conspires to make it happen, and so it did to me. I got picked up by the Chief Minister of a state to set up the country's first skilling mission for youth from rural areas and tribal villages. I used my private sector experience to grow this into a very powerful mission, and it influenced both the Government of India's policy and the state government's policy in skilling. It was the World Bank money for the state, so I worked with the World Bank and the UN for several years in their poverty alleviation projects across Southeast Asia, always focusing on youth. And 10 years back, I decided that now I should set up something of my own. So I set up Youth for Jobs. And this time, as Preeti said, because of the scale of the problem and because there were not too many people working in the space of helping companies to be inclusive, that's the area I specialize in working with youth with disabilities and the labor markets. I set up Youth for Jobs. Happy to say today we are the largest in South Asia. We won the top government awards, the MIT's Future of Work Award, and we are a Harvard Business Case Study. I think what this work does is that it makes me and my team compassionate, more giving, because we know that when you give a job to a young person with disability or to any vulnerable youth, it takes the entire family out of poverty in a very sustained, my own work and others, which shows that. And I think the vision is clear, that together all of us are creating an inclusive India and an inclusive world, and that's a very strong vision for us to keep going on our path. Thank you.
Yep, let's give a big round of applause to dear Mera here. Welcome, Mera. Looking forward to your own lived and observed experiences around the topic at hand today. Welcome again. Next, let's move on to my dear friend Rachana. And just to sort of give you another set of numbers, India's 2011 census was the first time in the history which incorporated the number of trans population of this country, okay? The report estimated at that time, and we are almost 11 years plus, so I'm sure this number has gone up again, that 4.8 million Indians identified as transgenders. Now, my dear Rachana is somebody who deeply cares about this particular instance. Welcome, Rachana. Kindly introduce yourself and let's take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Preeti, and thank you all. Yeah. I think a trans woman doesn't need, who look very different, need any introduction, I think, in a session on diversity. Do I need? I do, because different is not diversity. Diversity includes different, being different. So being a starting point, my name is Rachana Mudraboina. I identify myself as a trans woman. And my journey is a longer journey, wearing various hats, being a transgender rights activist. And you all know in 2014, the Supreme Court of India had the landmark judgment called Nalsa versus Union of India, from where the whole trans movement of this country has a turn. And from there, my journey being more vocal for the trans rights has begun. And I have been started working with Human Rights Law Network and began the first country director for LGBTQI rights. And from there, I started wearing various hats just to running pillar and post for the transgender rights. Because we are diverse, we are various mini sub-communities. We are hijras, we are kinnars, we are trans men, we are trans women, we are intersex people, we are diverse. And this is the umbrella of transgender, where we need a lot of inclusion because being a lot of diversity. Then I started, like media have very less attention, and I started my first YouTube channel, Transvision, which got a national and international award for, Ladli Award for being gender diverse. And I am into religion also. I have been the resource person for National Council of Churches of India, where we brought 3 modules for gender, sexuality, and gender inclusion, where almost all 300 churches and the Christian community will discuss over about the sexuality and gender diversity. And now, at present, I'm wearing only one cap as a Telangana State Technical Expert for the first transgender clinic in India, funded by USAID and PEPFAR, which is named as Mitra Clinic, which is in Hyderabad. And we are going to start 2 more such clinics in Telangana districts in the government facility. So that's my introduction, and that brings to this table me, Mudraboina, Rachana.
Thank you so much and warm welcome. Look forward to your deep insights on this very important topic, which I think a lot of us in the room are not very sure about what diversity means, what inclusion entails. So I think another sort of point that I would like to make here is the point of this session is to have a conversation, you know. So if it is one-sided, it's not a conversation at all. So please be mindful of listening to all these experiences, let those gray cells ticking, and then please do ask questions, because if you don't ask, you'll never know, all right? So moving on, let's get to this side of the table. And here is my dear friend, Major Sunil Shetty Sena. 75,000 men, women come out of the forces, okay? Out of all these 60 to 75,000 a year, not very many transit into a role that is up to their liking, and not very many are at a very good station in their life. And the situation gets even worse if you are from a family, a military spouse or family, whose family head, whether it was a serving male or a female, has been martyred, you know, then it gets even worse. But to get into all those aspects, first we need to know who Sunil is. So Sunil, please tell us who you are. Take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Preeti. So for me, last 25 years has been connecting dots of my experience and making sense of it. Now what I mean by that is, before I joined the army, I was a journalism student doing freelance work, and then I joined the army. Now the question is why? Because for me, a gun and a camera gives the same rush. And when I decided to quit the army, that was because of an accident during the armed forces, and you know, I was downgraded to a category which is, for the officers, is called Shape 1 or Shape 3. I said, if I can't give 100% to my organization, then I might well as move out, do something else. And the first choice was go back to journalism. And that's where I ended up doing my master's from UK in international journalism. And that took me to Afghanistan as a conflict reporter. So I spent between 2001 to 2005, when Taliban had just gone out, as a conflict reporter in Afghanistan, working for Associated Press, Kuwait News Agency, and acquiring experience in television, radio, because I was working for Sunrise Radio London, and then for print. So got all the three experience. And moving fast forward, somewhere the entrepreneurial bug bit me, and I left journalism for a while and got into military contracting. And I was one of the biggest or the largest US military contractor in Afghanistan who was a non-US citizen, and built that business for about 8 years straight from there. And came out of, when I left Afghanistan in 2015, I and my partner had achieved a turnover of about $700 million in Afghanistan doing US military contracting. Fast forward, we went to Iraq, and during this journey I was in South Sudan, Haiti. Basically I say I'm there where there's conflict, right? Then fast forward, 2015 I come to India, and that is where I realized the startup environment was just warming up. And that is where I launched a platform called Ask Mentor. Spent sizable time, understanding the ecosystem. And during that journey, I realized one major problem, which was startups were hungry for a platform to showcase their idea, their business, and the mainstream media was not interested. So that is where, as I said, connecting all the dots, between 2014 and 2019, when I launched My Startup TV, I had invested in some startups, about a dozen startups, both in India and UK and Australia, as an angel investor. And most of these startups, I was also on a mentoring role. So all those three dots, entrepreneur, media, mentor, and angel investor, I thought the best thing I could do was launch a platform that was for the startup ecosystem to showcase what these startups are doing. 2019 August, we launched My Startup TV, which is a media platform for startup ecosystem, which has got a podcast, going back to my radio experience, radio journalist, e-magazine, going back to my print journal experience, and TV for my TV journalism. All these three today, as a channel, we are followed by about 50 countries across the world, and we get dedicated visibility for our live stream when we do it across platforms. Yesterday we did a show which was live streamed across platform with over 1,500 people watching it continuously. Now this is what for me has been the 25 years, all the dots which are experiences, connecting them to make sense of it, which that is how my certificate is born.
Warm welcome and thank you so much, and I'm sure Sunil will get to know by and by more and more as to what it entails to be diverse and inclusive in the Indian forces and thereafter. Welcome once again. Last but not the least, my dear friend Usha. She is somebody who invests in women sort of founded startups. But before we get there, let's get some numbers again. So between January 2018 and June 2020, funding raised by startups with at least one woman founder accounted for only 5.7% or 1.69 billion of total funding raised out of 378 deals. While female founded startups received only 480 million or 1.43%. So whereas where there was a male co-founder, they got 5.7%. When there were only female founders, they got only 1.43% in the last sort of 2 years. And that to me is totally wrong. But to get to those numbers in deeper detail, but let's get to know Usha first. So Usha, please tell us who you are, introduce yourself, what is it that you do, and why you are here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Preeti. Good evening and namaste to all of you. I think I see a lot of diversity here. I'm very happy about it, but we can still do better. Who am I? I am Usha. I'm from a small town. Came to Hyderabad 20 years ago, just like one of your MBA graduates. I'm also an MBA graduate from a university called Andhra University in Andhra Pradesh. So my inspiration goes back to my father, who is a self-made entrepreneur. He had his own share of battles to fight with, but he is now a self-made entrepreneur, very settled in life, and most of my sponsorship comes in from him. So I still dig into his kitty, which is not good, but as a family, we manage the family funds. So my experience goes back to joining one of the large corporates here in Hyderabad as a management trainee, worked there for about a couple of years, started scouting for more opportunities. Way back in 2010, I thought I do not want to be sitting as an employee. I want to become an employer. So we started off with like-minded people like me, started off very, very high. Maybe we were too early for the stage. We started something called the briquette, which is made out of organic waste. We were crushed badly by the politicians, had a major failure. So most of them shy out on talking about failures, but without failures, none of us are here. Lost all the investment, went back to my corporate life, earned back, and in 2015 is what I thought I should pull up my sleeves, go back to what is really wanting me to do. So that's where we started up, like what my co-speaker was mentioning. We started up something called Mulya.global, which is in a Sanskrit language. Mulya is nothing but Mula, which is money. So we started a platform which is basically into providing a digital infrastructure for the startups. So we created a platform. We are ourselves calling ourselves as a venture capitalist on a blockchain. So we are trying to challenge the highly dominated male world, because if you talk about VCs and the private equities, you don't have a lot of women there. It is highly dominated by men. So that's where we are trying to make in the difference. I invest, I mentor, I advise startup founders. I'm also a board member on many of the quasi-government institutions. So that's a little bit about me. And on the personal front, my spouse is an intensivist, so we have a lot of battles where he comes with his medical tech, I go with my startup brain. So we gel well, we fight well. I have 2 kids. My son is appearing for his civil services, which is one of the elite exams in India. And I have a daughter who is a 10th grader. And that's a little about me.
Thank you so much and warm welcome. And with that, once the introductions are out of the way, I think it's time we dove in straight into the topic. And I am going to be coming to you first, okay? Please, with your experiences, with everything that you have seen in your own family, friends, surrounding school, college, and all the rest of it, please share your own maybe story, life story of what does equity and inclusion mean to you as a person, and anything else that you would like to sort of bring to the fore, because the whole point is to get this audience here galvanized so that they take away something from today's discussion. So over to you, please go for it. Thank you.
Okay, to start with, I have a special child where we call a person with disabilities in my family. I have a brother, and I have been experiencing inequality right as a child. I want to play. I go to the playground along with my brother. We are excluded. So they ask us to move on. So we can't play with other kids. So he can't study because none of the schools are enabled. And coming from a small town, we can't come to one of these big cities at that point in time in the 90s and 80s. So there was a lot of discrimination that I as a family, I as a person have experienced. So, and when we say diversity, it's just not disablement. I think there is much to talk about diversity. So for example, the age matters, the family disposition matters, the gender matters, the opinions matters. So as a country, as a community, as a society, are we equipped? I think blunt reality, transparency is zero. We are not equipped. We always would want to see homogeneous, we would always want to see homogeneous groups. We do not want to see somebody who is not like us, somebody who do not talk like us, who do not behave like us. At least in this particular auditorium, I'm not sure if it is equipped for a wheelchair person to come and sit in. I'm not very sure if it is done, which is good, but most of the communities are not enabled. Most of the corporates are not enabled. And if you look at, we only talk about he and she, and we leave the rest of it. And are we really looking at various colors in the organization? No. As a community, we are not equipped. So what I would think, or what I would suggest, or what I would work towards is, I think a policy change should be coming in at a government level, just not as a family. I think if communities like us, if the societies are equipped, if the societies are educated, there could be some amount of way forward that we can see. The second thing, I think as a family, are we equipped enough to accept another family who has got diversity, who is not equal like us, who is not equated in the same timelines? I think that is something that we all have to be looking into. And talking about the various aspects that I look at, there are 4 things. I think as a person, I have to be equipped with it. On the professional side, are the corporates, are the organizations, are they equipped to accept this? Not really, because the numbers talk about it. The communities, I think, maybe when I talk about communities, we all say that charity starts at home. But are we enabled to have a great parenting at home, at least educate our children and say that, okay, it's okay to have different varieties of people? We are not. I think it is like if we are not looking the same, maybe we take a step backward. And lastly, I think on the policy front, governments have to be doing a lot of it. There have to be a lot of sensitivity coming into that particular space. Yeah, maybe that's what I...
I'm sure there'll be loads to add to those thoughts, but just hold on to those thoughts, because I'm sure there'll be a few tips and tricks coming around here, which leads me to you, my dear friend. And let us hear from your perspective again on why without inclusion everything is, diversity is not diversity and it is exclusion. Again, culled from your 25 years of being a journalistic student to being somebody in the army and all the rest of it. Take it away, Sunil. Follow. Thank you.
So, when I see it, when I see diversity, I think of leadership. Now, MNCs, they may have policy, right? But what happens to micro businesses, small businesses? They are not going to be driven by policy. They have to be driven by leadership. Now, I want to connect that point to what Usha said, family. I have seen my dad, he's into food processing business. And it's not that it was a design, but he ends up hiring more women in the group at the office. And for about 8 years before this gentleman, Shekhar, passed away, who was a person with disability. And he put him in a very critical role, which was to connect with, talk to the government departments, processing, documents. And every time he would go there, people ask him, and this is what his words, they would say, couldn't your boss find another person, right? So I saw that as my dad do that. So, taking to your point that, do we teach that in the family, right? And somehow, for me, seeing that, and also back, Army, Army is one of the big examples of diversity. Where else would you find an officer from the south, probably Chennai, leading Sikh troops? Where else would you find, a Sikh officer, the officer with a turban talking fluent Tamil and leading troops? Like, I'm from Karnataka and Hyderabad, and I was leading troops from Himachal. That's the kind of diversity we see in the armed forces. With women officers coming in, there is a completely different dimension added to it. So when you connect your experiences in the family and take it forward, I will share what we have done at My Startup TV. When we started, it was not by design, but because my parameters of bringing people in my team was always about, not so much about skill, because I know I can teach the skill, it's about the attitude of the person. So when that parameter was used, I found right day one of My Startup TV, we had over 70% staff who were women. Bad luck to the guys if they were not fitting into it, right? And even today, we have over 75% staff who are women, and they're in all leadership roles. Now, that to me is diversity. And just to add to my own experience, every time, people see my card and say major, and the first question they ask me is, how come you're in media? As if a major cannot be in media, right? Because there's a typecast. If you're a Fauji from the armed forces, the best job you can probably get is from the security services, right? So my experience has been where there has to be, as Usha brought, within the family, are we conscious about this fact? And also at micro business level, small business level, medium, are the leadership ready to take the risk of diversity, bringing in people with disability, bringing people who are different, and give them responsibility to do things which otherwise probably would not do it. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So in the end, it all boils down to merit at the end of it. Yeah, I'll just stay away. Yeah. So it boils down to merits at the end of it. You hire for merit and not for who they are and what do they believe in or identify as, So yeah, thank you for sharing those. Again, I'll come back to you in just a bit, but let's head this way. And Rachna, again, so many hats, transition and identification and so many sub-communities within the community. What does diversity and inclusion mean to you as a person? Please take it away.
So this is working. As my previous two speakers told that, we have a lot of families with a lot of equity by birth. But we trans community are often forced to leave our natal families and make our own trans families, which are very virtual families, and live in communes and only dependent on either begging or sex work. So that brought us to the ultimate poverty, and with no hope of further entry into the traditional employment setup or either education setup. So taking this as a base, so when I started my work, like it was a big challenging for me because I'm not into the Hijra community. Now when I say Hijra community, you may feel so derogative because Hijra is also a derogative word which is used to demean a man. Am I right? Yes. Are you a Hijra? So Hijra is a culturally accepted term used to trans women community, which from ages and ages has been accepted in South Asian Pacific region, who are living under the traditional setup in one place, sharing the common resources only on the basis of their blessings, giving to the newborn babies or either marriages or new events, depending on the alms given on those occasions. So they have their own community, they have their own community rules, and never ever expect to knock the doors of police stations or either courts. So very differently, in 2014 only, one of our trans mothers, Gauri Sawant, she's very famous, you all know, the Vic's mother. Yes. She knocked the doors of the Supreme Court saying that we being Hijra and trans women has been denied of constitutional rights. That brings the diversity was not there in terms of equality and independence to the trans community. And that has opened the doors of almost all the diverse and inclusion avenues, starting from the courts to the washrooms. So that's how our journey and my journey has been inspired by own, trans leaders like Lakshmana Tripathi, Gauri Sawant, and many more others. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing so openly, and I'm sure we'll get to more insights from what it means and what is the right way of saying and doing things in just a moment. But thank you very much for that. Let's get to you, Mera, to again hear your views from the perspective of, persons with disabilities. What has the journey been like? Obviously, there are roadblocks and obstacles, but then there are success stories as well. So please take us through your journey, how it has all happened for you and how you have been able to add value, and what does inclusion and equity mean to you. Over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Preeti. 1 out of 7 in the world are disabled, and the numbers are actually growing. And 80% of these live in developing countries like Bangladesh, Pakistan, India. So the scale of the problem is really large. And when I entered it 10 years back, there was really no one working on scale, and I thought it was an opportunity. Little did I know, it was, when we started our first training center, it was so complex. You go to a village, you find a youth, but where's a youth with disabilities? And there were a whole range of challenges. So to charge my own batteries, I thought, let me go across the country and talk to people with disabilities who were successful entrepreneurs, hearing from them what they did, and chairmen and CEOs of companies who worked with persons with disabilities. And these stories were really inspiring. There was Arvind on a wheelchair. He was not born with a disability, but he got it at 15 years because he fell somewhere. And when he came back, the Gymkhana Club took away his swimming license. He said, I can still swim better than anyone else, but they acted almost as if I had a disease. And he turned around a loss-making 1 crore company to a profitable 365 crore company. On the other side, there were CEOs like the KFC CEO of Asia Pacific, who was telling me, I don't know how many of you have eaten, but you'll see In the most prestigious locations like Hyderabad, in Banjara Hills, you have something called a special KFC, which means that over there, all the youth who work there and who serve you, they all are speech and hearing impaired, okay? So you have to adjust to them. And he says in these stores, the customer matrix is the best because people feel anyway I'm spending money, but if I can do good when I spend money, isn't it wonderful? So these inspirational stories I put in a book which was launched, of course, at the Jaipur Literary Festival, went on to be a bestseller, got translated in Hindi. And this energized me to start my journey. So let me just quickly give you glimpses of what happens in the corporate. I think the biggest challenge when you work with youth with disabilities or any vulnerable population is the fact that you have to do a lot of work, not only with the youth, but also with the companies. So we began with a mantra that hire youth with disabilities because it helps your business, not out of empathy or sympathy. So the first thing we found was it's not enough to sensitize the CEO. The supervisors and the others don't understand disability anywhere. So we started doing a lot of sensitizing workshops after making mistakes, okay? We thought first it's enough if you tell the CEO. So we started doing sensitization workshops, which changes the mindset of everyone from the board level across till the supervisor level. The second question the companies ask is, okay, you're saying take a youth with disability, but where do I put them? Okay? So we do very interesting work here, and just to give you an example, the largest manufacturer of mobile, the CEO asked us, can you help us to get girls with disabilities? So we said, okay. We mapped the opportunities. We found in 45 lines we can have speech and hearing impaired girls. They had put a 2% target. Now they raised it to 5% of their workforce. And today it's a 10% of their workforce. All of them are girls with disabilities. And the reason is it's not because they love my team space, but because of two important indicators for companies, which is attrition and productivity. When you come from a vulnerable community, whether it's, the disabled or the trans, I suppose, and women, they do better. The other is the companies will say, okay, there are very, very few jobs which are earmarked for youth with disabilities. So we constantly have to innovate. And let me give you a very quick example. So we look at the largest sectors which are there. So we took the retail sector because there are a lot of jobs there. And there used to be only one position called the CSA where the youth with disability could work. So we said, why not the cashier? After all, that's a job everywhere. And we asked companies and every company refused because a cashier is a very, very critical position, okay? So finally, one large chain agreed. We did a pilot. 3 months later, they did a consumer survey. And can you tell me, what did the consumers vote for? 97% of the consumers voted for a talking cashier or a silent cashier. What do you think? Exactly, silent cashier. And as a result of this simple pilot, which people may have forgotten we did, but 50,000 jobs got opened up. Today, when you go anywhere in a mall, you'll see the cashier is a person who's not speaking because he works in a focused manner, doesn't gossip because he can't gossip, okay? And therefore, the work is quicker. So this is what we do. We do it in the startup space. In fact, these days, just last month, I took investors, getting them interested in the disability space to the world's largest disability conference, which I'm bringing to India. We are investing in technology, and I'm going to just end with a very small story, okay? So we are doing investments in two areas. Technology, which is AI, to start a job platform exclusively for youth with disabilities. And on the other hand, grassroots. So we were all in this village, and there was this youth with disability sitting with a cardboard box, no investment, he's poor. So he was sitting next to the police office and the collector's office. So anyone who was not educated, who wanted to write, he would write letters and make a little money. My team just walked up to him and said, "Boss, do you have a phone?" He said, "Yes." So they showed him how using the mobile and a laptop which he kept there, but he was not using because his hands, he was not equipped. We just showed him how to do speech to text technology. And after that, today, he can do any number of letters which are required by the police or the MRO or the collector, and he's trebled his income. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and that sort of brings us different perspectives on what equity and inclusion means to these leaders, these practitioners who are here on the platform. Now, while the audience is thinking about questions, I'm sure there are a few. Okay, yeah, let's dive straight in. If you have a question, please, by all means, let's go for it. Here you go.
My question is to Usha and partially to Sunil. I always wonder why such biases about men and I mean, there are certain things which women are really good, and there are certain things which probably men are. Let me tell you, all men are here because of women. So we all love women, right? We can't disagree. I mean, having said that, you as a venture capitalist, you see the bottom line, right? So if the business makes sense, go invest. It is probably not the gender or whatever diversity or background. If business is rewarding, you will invest. You're there for returns, right? So what is that holds you back as not investing to so many women and probably men? One thing that I think as an outsider, probably the career graph of women is not so linear because they have responsibilities of different nature back home in different age groups and so on and so forth. So you as people who drive this, what is the solution that you have thought of? Because women's graph cannot be probably as linear and straight. I mean, it is natural. They look after kids or bring kids to the soil. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not able to phrase, but probably got the question. Any views?
Would you like to take that?
Share it along. Yeah, please, yeah. Can I get your name, please? Nishit. Maybe Nishit, I will disagree with you on a few aspects. Why should a woman always take care of the kids? Why can't the men? Yeah, they would. I think it is a joint responsibility, right? So the reason why I as a venture capitalist would promote women is because, to give you a background of my own personal experience, quote unquote, I got married at the age of 16, okay? So I always was stuck to something which I was taught at a very young age. Be above the crowd, don't be one in the crowd. I always wanted to be standing up, and I would not want to be one among them. So that actually made me think. At the age of 18, I only asked my mother, can you take care of my kid? I would go back to school, do my education, and that's how I completed my MBA. So how many young women have this facility of going back to school? Once they're married, they're back home. So I think when you say a linear curve or a linear progression, I think women, most of them can't speak. Even if they can speak, there's a lot of setback coming in from the family. And we as Indians, the minute you're married, you're supposed to stay back at home, do a lot of household, do your chores, take care of kids, and that's how it is. That the solution is like promote more women, encourage them, motivate them. If you start looking at, are you profitable? Are your revenues intact? I don't think they would even look at investors if they're making revenues and if they have traction. That is the prime reason as to why I as a woman VC would definitely promote any women, motivate them, be a scaling partner for them. I think if I look back, if my mother hadn't been my motivator, maybe today I would not have been sitting here. A few thoughts of me, maybe Sunil?
So I'll take it back to the first point I made. It's leadership, right? What big companies, sees, large companies, it's a different ball game. I'll tell you this, you talked about solutions, right? What are the solutions? When I say leadership, it could be at micro level. Take example, my startup TV. Now what we do, I've got, as I said, 75% plus women employees. Now, some of my reporters are in Patna, right? They're in Northeast. They're working from home, okay? They are mothers, right? Now, when we started, each one of them had a different challenge. Somebody in Patna, I will not take the name, but she was like, I can't leave this place because my parents would not let me go. But I found she was very good at podcast. She had a great voice for radio. I was ready to take the risk of saying, okay, you work from there and we will put additional resource till you reach the point where you can edit your own podcast. It took me 3 months to do that. Somebody sitting in Kolkata said, again, the same problem. I'm doing my master's. I do want to be a journalist and I want this opportunity to be a news anchor. Now, how do I work? So we green screen to her, right? We sent the right equipment that she wanted so that we could record when she's sitting in Kolkata, in our studio in Hyderabad, and that requires an additional layer of work, right? As a leader, I'm prepared to take the risk, prepared to put the infrastructure on ground, support. Recently, a designer joined us from Surat, newly married. In-laws she wants to do a full-time job. In-laws, okay, you can do the job after you've finished all your domestic responsibility, which means she can be free only at 30 or 1 after she's done all the housework, serve the lunch for hours, and then she can start. Now, I wanted that person because I know her from last 4 years, that what she brings to the table. I went back to my client and said, listen, I want to bring this person on board, but she's available only after 1 p.m. in the afternoon, right? And when we hired her, the results were different. The client was, okay, initially they were like, no, we want the designer to join at 10:30 meeting. I said, why don't you give her 2 weeks and see what she does? Are you as a leader, doesn't matter at what company level you are, micro business, small business, medium business, are you willing to take that extra step? That is the solution. And that's what we are doing at My Startup TV. The reason why we have 75% plus women employees are because when again, sorry to all the guys out there, when we give them the same opportunity, we find that they come back with excuses. When I give the same opportunity to a women employee, she beats them like they've been in the army, right? When the army got in women officers, the test that they had to go through was different. For example, we had to go through a 40 kilometers run, right? They had to do 20 kilometers. But guess what? Fast forward, they are beating us hands down in everything. Physical, exams, all of that. In fact, this sort of honor what we get at the end of, when we're graduating from the armed forces, it used to be guys. Now it is the women. So I think as a leader, doesn't matter at what level you are you prepared to take that risk? Are you prepared to create that additional layers if you think you want to give the opportunity? I think that's what we have been doing, and we've been blessed because for last 3 years, we have pulled far, more things with a small, with a handful of employees than we could have otherwise done. So yeah, for solution is as a leader.
I think even in the corporates, to answer again, if there is an opportunity coming in, most of the leaders would first think, is it a male or a female? And the opportunity always goes to the male because they assume certain things, the batch processing happens. She is a woman, she has certain responsibilities, she may not be able to deliver it. So I think that thought process is something has to be arrested at a board level and the leadership level. I think if that can see some change, I'm sure people like you and me can always promote them.
Hello, this message is for Mera. And I noticed that you mentioned putting a lot of people back to work with disabilities or, you know, whatever the correct term is now. But I wanted to know, because one of the groups I didn't hear you mention was, say, the autism population. So is there any plans to put autism population back to work or find jobs for them? Yes, as part of you're putting people with disabilities to work or finding jobs for youth, globally, there's been a lot of awareness now about putting the autistic population to work. So is that in your plans also? You know, people on the spectrum.
Without a mic is better. Yes, people that are autistic. Oh yeah, neurodiversity. Is that part of the that you're putting in? Yeah, yeah. Each disability requires a separate approach. And neurodiversity, it really requires a one-to-one approach. That's what we are doing. We have, large, long sessions with the youth with neurodiversity for behavioral change before we can put them into a job. The job opportunities are slowly opening up, and we work with all the top companies who have jobs for the neurodiverse. But the complexity is that those who are high performing and good with finance, we put them in financial companies after doing a lot of workshops with the kid. But, they have very, very specialized interest. Like currently we're working with a kid in Malaysia who hates his father, okay? And very, very strong behavior. So it takes us long to change these behavioral patterns and get them used to a job work environment. But yes, we do this on a one-to-one basis, and not just in India, but we do it globally.
Thank you very much for that question, Ricardo, and thank you for that. Like I said, these conversations are ongoing, so people, sorry, we have to sort of put an end to this dialogue here, but let the conversations carry on LinkedIn. Let's try and be more inclusive in our words, in our actions, because if there is no inclusion, then as a society, we are anyway polarized and we are actually not serving everyone. So with that thought, I think a few pointers for the young students here. Please reach out to any one of us that you would like to have a chat with, and let's make this university, this city, this country for all and equal for all. Thank you very much to the panelists, to the audience for listening in, and do take good care. Yeah. Let's stay for a group.
Inclusion, diversity, and sensitivity are pressing topics in the country right now. I would like to thank the panel for starting a chain of thought for all of us present here. Could we have a huge round of applause for the panel once again? Thank you.
Is it done? You can do without this podium.
Well, we will be taking a break for 5 minutes, and I request the audience to leave. There's a cultural night coming up in another 10 minutes.
I told you already not to move the audience out. Mic band karo, mic band karo.